Hello, hello. Where are my nocturnal creatures at? Here, present. All right, guys. I don't know if it's actually nighttime for you, but it is midnight here where I am. And it's a bold move on my behalf, starting an all signs reading at this time of night. Maybe it will motivate me to move more quickly than I usually do. Harley is showing herself. It's a rare sighting of Harley. Harbs. Hi, Hars. Hi, Harley Boo. Oh my God, are you going up there? Ooh, no, she's like, I'm just going to knock over everything and then leave. That's cool. So cute. Oh my God, I love her. Okay, sorry. Well, I just freak out. Okay, hi you guys. I hope that you're doing really well. So, yeah, we're gonna do an all signs reading. Can you get up there? Okay. We're gonna do an all signs reading, and we're just kind of gonna look at basically what Spirit wants to bring through for important messages for you right now. This is last minutely planned, aka not very planned. So, dream with me. Roll with me, and if you're not a patient dreamer or roller, then come back after the live stream when there are timestamps available. But yeah, I hope you guys are doing great. The energies have been a little bit chaotic with this Gemini new moon coming up, or maybe that's just me, a Gemini moon person. But let me know how you guys are doing. Uranus has been doing things with the nodes and is also in Gemini, so there's a little bit of an extra added kick of overstimulated energy with this moon, it feels like. So I haven't really been sleeping until like 5 a.m. every night. We're on official nocturnal schedules. So I figured that I would just see if any of you, although most of you are probably on different time zones and you're like, no, it's midday for us. We're normal people. But yeah, so basically I think we're just going to look at like the energetic climate, your energy, or how you are approaching the circumstances around you. We might look at like what evolution or transmutation is happening for you, or what's kind of like opening up for you guys right now. And might check into like a block or source of resistance and get you a little bit of advice. But yeah, we're just gonna kind of flow and vibe, and it's gonna be a super chill one, even more chill maybe than most, or on par with most. But yeah, we're going to do how we always do, starting with Aries and going all the way through the zodiac to Pisces. Like I mentioned before, there will be timestamps for you available when the reading is done. I can't put them up while I'm still doing the reading, but I will put those up immediately when it finishes. So if you do want to skip to a particular sign or placement, you can wait until we're done and do that. Or if you come in partway through, you can ask in the chat like what time. If we're already past the sign that you're looking for, you can ask what time it starts, because I will have my little timestamps written and I will shout out and let you know if I see that in the chat. But if you do come in during the live, Kelly, you couldn't sleep either. What's up, Jasmina? Oh, I love that. I've always loved that name. You're in Australia. Well, soak up some sun for me. I'm in Canada. It's been raining for 10 days straight, but I'm kind of like low-key loving that. Still soak up some sun for me though. I really need to make it out to Australia and New Zealand. I really do need to go visit the homies out there. So if you do come in though during the reading, there will be these cute, adorable, charming little gifs here up in the right hand, top hand corner of your screen here. And this will tell us what sign we are on. Canada is like winter Australia. I've never met an Australian that I did not like really get along with super well, or someone from New Zealand. And I don't like to like clump you guys together because I feel like you are pretty different, but just have nothing bad to say about the people that I've met from over in that general vicinity. So I will need to visit. And when I do, I will need to make a community post so that you guys can tell me all of the like low-key places that I need to go that are not going to be overrun with tourists. But yeah, whenever I travel and I run into Australians, we're always just like, like as if we know each other. I feel like both countries are just like really friendly people for the most part. Like, can probably get along with a good majority of the rest of the globe. So I appreciate that. All right, my friends, let me slightly get my crap a little bit more together here. You love good vibes. I know. Why doesn't more of the world love good vibes? Where are you, Kelly? What time zone are you in? Is it late for you as well? Okay, let me just write down the names for the timestamps, and then we will pretty much get on into it here. We've been moving, well, yeah, we've been moving, and the house that we are moving from is very large. There is giving mansion vibes. It's a big fucking house. So the moving is, I'm a puddle. I'm a puddle, a moving puddle of Lisa. And I'm ready to not be moving a mansion full of things that are not mine, to be completely honest with you. Okay, so let's just, while I write this, while I write these notes, let's just woosah and take a moment to sink into the energy a little bit. What can I stick this to so I can see it? Okay, that works. Let me know how you guys are feeling, though. Have you been feeling? It's been very interesting energies, I feel like. I don't know, we had the 6/6 portal, June 6th, but the time from... what's up, Dana? Thank you so much. I love you. And if you had a channel, I would love it as well. Thank you, though. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you. Yeah, I've had a day, you guys. I've had a week, a month. It's been a bit of a month, honestly. So I was like, I could just go to sleep, but I'd probably just lay there awake. Or I could go vibe with the coolest people I know. And that idea won out a little bit. So here we are. All right, I'm going to just maybe do a little tiny bit of Reiki. I have this lavender spray that I'm going to use. Lavender seems like the vibe to just kind of chill things out a little bit. Not that we're mad at slightly chaotic vibes. You know, my Gemini moon is somewhat here for that. But just to ground the energy. And this is also a really great time to just kind of like focus on me and send your woo vibes. If you are really like needing a message, then honestly though, it is a great idea at the beginning of an all signs, if you have a moment with the reader, to just take some breaths, try to kind of like calibrate your energy with them, catch a little bit of a vibe, and set an intention that the message that you really need most comes through. Because I, as the channel or conduit, will hopefully receive that, or your guides will intercede on your behalf, basically. Spirit is cool like that. So if there is a message that you need, then feel free to shoot that my direction. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Coffee over there for a moment. So, let's see. This stay here. Harley. Okay. I might need to take my sweater off or just open the window a little more. It's quite warm in here. She got issues and I'm gonna pay. All right. Are you hunting a bug? Good girl. You know when cats like see a bug or like a bird through the window and they do that weird like thing, that really weird creepy sound that they do with their mouths? Yeah, that's happening over there. It's pretty interesting. Okay, that's much better now that we have a little breeze. Good. Okay, so let's just spray a little bit of this. Okay. Smells wonderful. Okay. So I'm just gonna write a couple little Reiki symbols here just to ground the energy. All right. If you hear any howling, also the dogs, the farm dogs, they howl like coyotes at night sometimes. So they're just protecting my life since it is in danger. Okay. Aries. So let me just write this and then we will get to it. Okay. Virgo. Hey, female Pisces, what's up? Another Pisces in the house. Woo. Fishy fam, unite. And where are you from that it is morning for you? If you want to share. Don't have to. Aqua and Pisces. Okay. All right. Ah, Texas. Nice. People from all like my top favorite places are in the house. I love that. Texan people are super friendly as well, for the most part. I'm from Alberta, Canada, so we are also quite similar. I feel we have the Calgary Stampede, and a large amount of Texans are generally there. Okay. Let's see. Use that. Nice. Well, that's good. well, it's not good that you can't sleep, but it's good that there are people other than me that also can't sleep that want to hang out with me. I like that. So thanks for spending your precious time with me, you guys. I will try to use my most calming voice for you. Okay. And hopefully help send you off a little bit here. Harley, meow, meow, come here. She meows like she does these little like, so I always like, I do it back to her. I talk back to my cats, guys. This is who I am. I'm just gonna look at the most important messages that Spirit wants to bring through. So your spirit being your guides, your angels, just your team in the ethos, whether that is just your higher self or passed over loved ones, or whoever makes up that team for you. So we're just kind of going to look at the current energetic climate. It's like 12:30 a.m. here. Yeah. And then we're going to look at your energy in relation to what's going on around you that wants to be highlighted, possibly like, I don't know, we'll see if what sort of evolution or transmutation might be taking place as well. And some advice. I think we'll keep it pretty simple. You meow back at your black one and he bites you. Aww. That sounds loving. You're an hour ahead. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. All right, so sorry, I'm trying to get things somewhat organized. It being somewhat late, I was not organized. Okay, I think we're good now though. All right, so Aries, what do we need to know for my beautiful Aries? What was that? Let's put the decks over here. Okay. Let's use this deck for you. All right. Let's see here, Aries. Let's dive in. What kind of shenanigans my little Martian firecrackers are up to. Okay. Is the reading for everyone's energy? Yeah, it's the readings are timeless. All my readings are timeless, which means that you can watch any of them at any time. So you could go into my all signs playlist and you could watch any all signs in there whenever you feel intuitively called to it, and hopefully the messages would resonate for you. And I also don't read for a particular placement. So because this is all signs, I'm going to read for all 12 zodiac signs in a row separately. But I don't read, like I said, for like just your sun sign or just your rising or moon. So you can watch for any placement basically in your, or energy in your natal chart that you're resonating with. So yeah, just whatever you feel called to do. Do I want to... Okay. However, if you're here right now while I am reading, you probably have a bit of a better chance of the readings resonating with you just because you're here now and our energies are like at the same place in space and time, you know what I mean? So, yeah. But, okay. Aries, what do my Aries collective need to know? I think I'm just actually going to see what the energetic like climate or weather is basically. So you could look at that like, you know how you say astrology is kind of just like the weather, right? It doesn't determine necessarily. You still choose whether you're going to go out in the rain with an umbrella or just, you know, get soaked, jump in the puddles, that kind of thing. So we're going to look at the energetic climate or weather or landscape around you at this time. And then I'm going to see where you're at in relation to that, like how you're feeling about it, how you're approaching whatever comes out. And then I'm just going to ask what you need to know about that. I think I'm going to do that. We'll just keep it pretty short. And then we'll just kind of flow with it and see truly, very intuitively, like what wants to come through. I think that's better than having something super structured tonight. So let's just catch a vibe together. Okay. Okay. So let's see. What is the energy or situation or landscape around my Aries? You were born March. You're a March Pisces? You can wait for Pisces. Do you know what your moon and your rising are? Or if you have like a stellium. A stellium is like 4 or more planets in the same sign, so it's usually pretty big influence. No, you can wait for Pisces. Pisces is at the end, or if you know do you know your exact birth time? Because most horoscopes, like if you listen to a horoscope, it's generally for your rising sign, not your sun sign. Like you will resonate most with astrological horoscopes that are for your rising sign, because that's how most astrologers basically calculate things. It's okay if you don't, though. Your sun sign is still, yeah. A lot of it is about intention, especially with tarot, but with astrology horoscopes, it's usually a little more dependent on knowing your rising sign. Okay. Show me the, energy around Aries. Lovely, darling. Okay. Oh, let me timestamp you. Okay, so we're at 24 minutes. Okay. Hi, Aries. Hi, firecrackers. I hope you're doing sexy and extraordinarily well tonight, or whenever it is that you're catching this. Thanks for hanging out with me. So we are just kind of going to flow with it even more than usual with this reading and just kind of look at what's going on around you, how you are feeling with or dealing with that, and then just what Spirit wants to highlight about that situation or why it is that they were bringing that particularly up. So for your energetic landscape, the Queen of Wands came out. Love it so much. So as this card says, the Queen of Wands, she is a mixture of fire and water energies. All right. I'm loving this black cat energy on this card. with the water and the sunflowers. I feel like, come here, Harley. I feel like you're feeling yourself, I'm feeling myself. Come here, little beeper. Meep, meep. Come here. Come up. Come say hi. So, yeah, I really like this. It looks like, well, is this you? Even if it's not you, though, then you have someone quite inspiring, passionate, convicted, and attractive in your energy if this isn't you. But this could also be a situation showing up in your energetic landscape where just this energy overall is supporting you. Like if this is not in actual person form outside of you or in your energy or around you, then it could just be that mix of fire and water energies. So it's a little steamy, obviously. There's also something very creative, though, and like uplifting that's coming through about this energy. And it feels a little bit practical too, but there's a whole lot of heart in it. Like at the bottom of the deck is the Knight of Pentacles and strength. I like it because the Knight of Pentacles is kind of grounding the energy, but it's definitely coming from the heart. So let's see. Can you tell me more about this Queen of Wands? Okay. You got the Curious card. So I'm going to pull a couple oracle cards to clarify as well. Okay. It's kind of coming through that this is actually someone who is outside of you, but could be, for most of you, but could be someone that you're actually interested in. But the card that came up to clarify here, this Queen of Wands, is the Curious card, which says, intrigued, investigating, watching, find out more, questions, snooping, thirst for knowledge, or spying. I'm not really getting like a spying or like stalking or investigating energy. I'm just getting a curious, like playful, passionate kind of energy. I think that this is someone around you that, like I said before, they're passionate, they flow, they're inspiring. This could be anyone from like a creator that you follow or someone that someone that inspires you, like a teacher or someone whose content you consume. But it is uplifting. It's not someone who's confusing. This is someone who's kind of coming through as basically just having lust for life, like being lit up and turned on by life, by the potential and possibilities of the world. This would be someone who believes like if you're bored, then it's because you're boring, because in this existence, in this life, there's absolutely no reason why anyone should ever be bored. Like there's an unlimited, infinite amount of things to think about, to see, to try, to experience, to question, to challenge, to, life is infinite. So this is someone who that's kind of what makes them so magnetic, the Queen of Wands, is that they have this almost like infectious optimism and openness. There's also a confidence and an assuredness that comes with the Queen of Wands, sorry. And the reason why it's so beautiful is because it's authentic in that it is very accepting of its own imperfection, really. Like the Queen of Wands is not someone who tries to pretend to be someone that she's not most of the time. She can often be projected onto or villainized, or she can be unpopular with people who are who don't know themselves quite as well as she does, or who are a little bit less, she triggers the self-consciousness in other people, let's just say that, because she's quite radically accepting of herself. So yeah, this could be someone at the bottom of the deck addicted. It could be someone that it could be mutual attraction for sure. But usually people, it's more likely that if it's not both ways, that like a lot of people with the Queen of Wands are drawn to her. A lot of people, she can attract like people who are a little bit obsessed or who do kind of stalk or almost like get a rush or like a high from engaging with her, because she just brings that energy to the table. She's fun to be around. She's a good time. And she's also very intuitive and very connected as well. So is there anything else about this? Can you highlight who this Queen of Wands is to Aries? If this is a specific person. And it doesn't have to be someone that you're interested in. Romantically or sexually or anything like that. It could be someone, again, who's just like a creator or someone who has ideas that interest you, like shares ideas or embodies and expresses themselves in a way that you find quite interesting. Okay. This might be someone that you're not currently. So if this isn't your message, then it's not your message, right? This is just coming up right now, Aries. But it does seem like this is someone outside of you that you're not directly engaging or exchanging energy with. You got the Ace of Wands in reverse with the Nine of Pentacles for who this person is to you. So it's definitely not someone that you're dating. This is someone who's single with that Nine of Pentacles. And they're, like I said, they're confident and self-assured. Like these two cards together, yeah, this person, they're good. They're just good. They're good because they're good with themselves. And so then like whatever happens, happens. And it's not that they don't get disappointed or excited about things, because they're definitely not ambivalent. The Queen of Wands is very like passionate, but it's her belief and confidence in herself and also her faith and surrender to the universe and to spirit that kind of allows her to live in an unbothered way. Harley, come here, buddy. Come here, boops. But I do feel like this could be someone who you have like somewhat of an overwhelm of desire for, honestly. This could be distorted desire in a way, like someone that you do have like a little bit of like an obsession over, and that doesn't have to be like intense and toxic, right? We all get a little bit obsessed with cuties or with someone who really inspires us every once in a while, right? That's very much not abnormal or toxic, I don't think, unless you are taking it to a creepy sort of place, right? Or unless it's like really messing with your life in an unhealthy way. But it just feels like there is a lot of desire, or there's a lot of interest, and maybe nowhere to like directly put it, because I'm not really feeling like the two of you are in direct communication at this time. This could be someone who is mutually curious about you, though. It could be someone that you do actually know, but you're just not. What's up, Lumido? Lumido? How's it going? Yeah, that's what I'm seeing with that. It could be someone that you were once involved with as well, that the two of you have kind of gone in slightly different directions, but there's still like an energetic connection or tie, or there are still feelings or a curiosity about one another there. I don't feel like there's hard feelings between you and this person. At least it's definitely not showing up on their side of things. So let's look at you now and your energy or approach towards this person. Sleepover vibes though. I low-key love that. When I first started the channel, which by the way, it's like soon to be my 8-year anniversary. I'm pretty sure like the 15th actually might be the channel's 8-year anniversary. It's sometime in the middle of this month, so that's fucking exciting. But when I first started, I would do like late night streams all the time and like roll a J up and just chill. And it was such good times. Oh, it's taken. I knew who you were, though. I recognize your face, darling. But I also recognized that, because has your name, your always been that? If so, then I have a bad memory. I thought it was something else before, maybe. Okay, let's see. Aries energy or approach to this inspiring, fiery, potentially sexy Queen of Wands. Some of you are sexually frustrated. I just gotta say it. I gotta call a spade a spade. Your Aries Venus girl here is gonna call a spade a spade. You know that we get horny, so I'm just saying. I mean, who doesn't, but let's see. All right. Rewire your fire. Okay, yeah. I remember your last the one that had your name in it. That's why I was like, I see your profile or your picture and I recognize you, but I do not recognize the name. You're going through a legal name change, dang. Okay. Come on, Aries, what's going on? Why you don't want to talk to me? Did you get mad about the horny comment? Okay, 2 of Wands in reverse. It's interesting because this card is associated with the placement Mars in Aries, which is kind of a whole lot of Aries because your ruler is Mars. It did come out in reverse though, and I was hearing the Doors. Come on, baby, light my fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Fire. Do you have love for this person, Aries? It seems like you have made a decision here. You've picked a path. What path is that? Oh, okay. It's a path of investing, and I feel like your heart is invested. This is the 7 of Pentacles, Saturn and Taurus. With the 2 of Wands in reverse and the 7 of Pentacles, whether you've acted on it or not, your energy has picked a path and is flowing towards this person. There's an energetic investment from you to them. And judging by their energy, I would say that it probably goes both ways. So I think this is probably someone that you do have, I don't like to call it like a cord necessarily because I really don't see it that way, but like an energetic connection with. Let's get another oracle card here. It feels like, though, with this card, you have chosen to, in some way, in a very tangible, physical, practical kind of way, get your hands dirty with this investment. Let's see. How is Aries approaching this? Okay. Spirit's like, we're doing a late night reading and we're just gonna go there. All of the theirs, in case I didn't already do that in all of my readings. We're really doing it extra. So, where are you, Harley? Come here. Come here, buddy. Okay, so this is the card that came out, the Oracle card, and it's this mirror. It says, warning, reflections in this mirror may be distorted by socially constructed ideas of beauty. But then under that were these two cards, this I don't care, and then also this one, which I feel like is kind of telling. It's like, don't get attached, don't get attached, don't get attached. Do. Right? Cliffhanger. I feel like this could be someone that for a while, Aries, for some reason, and I'm not really sure why, you may have tried to... I'm just getting suppressed, like, because I'm feeling a lot of... It doesn't have to be sexual tension, but I am feeling that, like, energy sort of bursting, and sexual energy is life force energy, which is why I say it doesn't have to be sexual, but there does feel like there's this like buildup of energy. And with Mars in Aries being the Two of Wands coming out in reverse, it's Mars is very action oriented. It's like how you assert yourself, right? It's masculine, and as are you, as is Aries. That's your ruler, like I said. So it's interesting that you are invested in a way, but also, and your energy, I do see your energy flowing towards them, but I don't feel like that's happening openly necessarily. Like, I'm not really sure if this person, I don't think you're talking to this person or telling them, if you are talking to them, I don't think you're telling them how you feel. It could be someone that you've met somewhat recently, so you're in those first stages of just being curious about one another and kind of getting to know one another. Or it could be someone that you recently started working with on a project or something like that, and you're just getting to know each other creatively. But there is something, it feels like, about this person and your connection to them, whatever that may be, Aries, that flies in the face of some sort of social, like socially acceptable standard. And that could be different, obviously, depending on where you're from, right? Like what your culture and society is necessarily, where you are in the world, because that's very different. Our ideas of beauty are very different. But it feels like for some reason, there's something about this person, and I feel like it's their boldness. You could be from somewhere or just have belief systems or not that are like very subdued or very, like, I'm not getting subdued and prudish, but I'm just getting that this person is they're out there a little bit, right? They're confident. They're not afraid to like leave the house in a t-shirt without wearing a bra. And it's like, whoa, if somebody sees, like, you know, it's like this person is someone who is confident, and they're not, the Queen of Wands doesn't really, as long as she feels good about herself, like everybody else's opinions around her, unless she's hurting someone else, she doesn't really care because she's like, but it's my life. And so I'm going to live it my way. And as long as I'm not hurting myself or anyone else, or, you know, then like what's happening? Or maybe she's gonna, it's also making me think of like Pamela Anderson and how she, um, there's that big thing about her like not wearing makeup and like kind of saying fuck you to the industry's beauty standards, right? The Queen of Wands is someone who is just real. She's just authentic. And she doesn't necessarily try to bend over backwards to people please or to fit into some sort of standard because she finds that boring. She wants authenticity, and if it's not real, then she's like, what are we doing here? Like, if you're not real, you've already lost her, right? Because nothing that isn't like being itself is gonna hold her attention for a super long time. But I just think that there's something here that was making you hold back. And you may have realized recently something could have come to your attention that you were, maybe that your perception of this person has been slightly distorted, or the reflection of you, like what you see in yourself reflected back from the Queen of Wands. So sometimes the Queen of Wands can be taken, she can be misunderstood, or people get triggered or project onto her, like I mentioned before, like at the beginning of the reading. And that's oftentimes because, like, let's say there's something that you're really insecure about. I don't know a single person that doesn't have any insecurity. So just think of an insecurity that you have, whether it's big or small, it doesn't really matter, or one that you have had, right? And then you come across this person that is just kind of like unapologetically existing in their perfect imperfection, not really caring too much, just basically not living in a super self-conscious way that limits them. It might kind of trigger you because she's liberated in a way that you are not, at least in that one small area, right? Because she's not insecure, whereas you are. And that doesn't mean that she doesn't have any insecurities, but I think sometimes that because of the natural energy that the Queen of Wands presents, people like think that she is above ever questioning herself, or that she's very full of herself and that she needs to be like taken down a peg. It's like, no, she's just as imperfect as you, but she's just not afraid to show up as her raw, imperfect self, right? That's the only difference, is she's not trying to like hide it or like put a full face of makeup over it, because she's got other things that are more important to her. And honoring her own spirit is at the top of that list. But I do feel like this is someone that maybe you're getting to the point where you're like, fuck those standards, I don't care. I'm a little bit like, maybe you're just admitting to yourself that you do care and that you are a little bit attached. And I'm not getting like a toxic attachment. It's more just like you're admitting, this doesn't mean nothing to me, you know? This doesn't mean nothing to me. I am invested. And maybe I've been telling myself that I haven't been for some reason, but let's see. What does Aries need to know about this? Why did this come up in Aries reading? There's quite a bit of Virgo energy that's showing up here. Just Earth in general, but the Nine of Pentacles is Venus in Virgo, and the Eight of Pentacles in reverse is Sun in Virgo. So both of these cards have come out. Something that hasn't worked out, that feels quite like Saturnian and dense in nature, like quite energetically burdensome, maybe. This could be something not coming together because you haven't expressed it yet, right? So this could just be that buildup, that energetic buildup I was picking up on, whatever that is. But Spirit's kind of saying, I think, that until you, it's like energy doesn't shift unless you shift it, unless you change it, right? It energy isn't created nor destroyed. It shifts form, and it only shifts form when we do something with it, when we transmute it, or when we make a change, right? Or basically when you move through energy is when it changes. The only way out is through. So there's something here where it's like this is kind of unavoidable, and that's why it's coming up. There's some sort of energetic burden. And I think that it's come from not embodying or expressing something that you feel pretty heavily. But this is kind of saying to me, like, nothing changes if nothing changes. And this looks like a little bit of an uncomfortable situation to be in. Keep in mind also that these readings can be reversed. So if you resonate as the Queen of Wands, then this could be someone relating to you. So just take it as it resonates for you. But anytime with a general reading, it's possible for the roles to be reversed. So just keep that in mind too. It could be someone that you were romantically interested in, but you got a little bit in your head about it. Or maybe there was some game playing. You see how it's chess here in this Five of Swords card. But this is the Ten of Cups in reverse. But like I said, I'm really not getting bad blood, at least like definitely, I'm not really getting it coming from your perspective. I'm getting more of like an openness that wasn't there before that's coming through now for you. And from this other energies side, the Queen of Wands, I'm definitely not getting that. I'm getting like an openness and a curiosity towards your energy as well, if they are someone who's aware of you. But if they're not, then that's just kind of their natural standard of energy as well. Like they're open. But there's something that requires vulnerability, I think. And it might be vulnerability around like expressing that you've been disappointed. Maybe by like mental gymnastics that kind of created like a heaviness or a complication that just kind of didn't need to be there, or threw things out of sync. It could have also been like wow, Virgo, the Hermit in reverse at the bottom of the deck. Okay, you could be a Virgo, or this other person could have Virgo here, but there's a lot of freaking Virgo. And Taurus as well. Taurus, Virgo, and Aries are strong here. Yeah, because this is Mercury in Virgo. Damn. There's a lot of Virgo. So that's basically what I'm seeing. That's why they brought it up. Is that something's got to give, essentially. These games that were played could have been not conscious, right? Like it could have just been someone's ego, or someone was triggered, or someone was testing the other person because they didn't necessarily trust what they saw, or what they saw doesn't fit into their societal or cultural standard of what is acceptable or what is beautiful. So it's almost like you're seeing something with fresh eyes, or you're seeing something, I heard, for what it really is, but for the first time. But I think that it's because of some sort of mental distortion on your behalf that you hadn't seen it clearly previously. Because the Queen of Wands always, she basically, well, in the upright, she shows up as herself. What you see is what you get. So whoever this person is here, that's where the distortion came through. I think it's just being highlighted because it's sort of saying that you can't really move forwards until this is addressed. And there's a weight that I think that there's like both an emotional, because even the Queen of Wands is fire and water. And then here we have the Ten of Cups, water, and the Ten of Wands, fire. There's a lot of emotional and sexual energy here, or just emotional and life force inspired creative energy. But it needs to be let out so that it can flow and create something. Okay, there could have been a little bit of paranoia or an kind of a fixation on perfection or on things going like a very specific way with you and this person as well. Like Virgo energy in the reverse is basically an obsession with perfection, or yeah, which then is very sabotaging. Because when you're obsessed with perfection, you literally don't go anywhere because nothing is perfect, right? It's kind of like when you're waiting for the perfect time. It's like you create the perfect time. There are influences to that, but there's never really like this is the right time. Any time can be the right time for something. Most of the time, it's the intention and the energy that we bring into something that makes the biggest difference on how it goes, how it plays out. So I think that is shifting. Your intention and the energy you bring towards something is shifting, or just the energy that you have available for something is shifting. And you could be feeling that hitting a bit of a climactic peak around this time as well. Okay? That's what I'm seeing though, Aries. All right, my loves. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit of a misalignment that hasn't been reconciled potentially between you and this person. It does require, though, you being vulnerable about some fears that you've had and the way that those fears have put you in your head or caused you maybe to engage with this person or this situation, or not engage with them maybe, just from a place of... It just doesn't feel completely like real to you. It feels like maybe you got a little in your head about something, or this person did, which happens to the best of us, happens to all of us. So don't beat yourself up about that. But it's never too late to approach something the way that you want to and shift circumstances. So I think that you are choosing to invest and get your hands dirty a little bit in a way that you haven't yet with this situation. And that might just mean facing yourself in a way that you haven't yet, so that you can connect with someone in a different way as well. All right, let's move along. Let's move along to Taurus. Okay. Now that we figured that out, we're going to move a little faster. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Where did Harley go? Okay. Where'd the boop go? Okay. Taurus. Use this deck for you. Last time the volume was a little bit crappy and low, and I think it's because there was some rain, like white noise of rain in the background that day, that live particularly, but I'm going to bring you a little closer just in case, because my laptop does tend to overheat, so there's always a little bit of white noise in the background while that's happening. So Let me know if I am really quiet though, and I can raise the roof. I can bring it up a notch for you. I'm trying to be somewhat chill because, you know, it's 1:15 in the morning. I'm the only one in the house, but trying to be relaxing for those of you who can't sleep and are just hanging out with me. Okay, Taurus. What do my Taurians need to know? Harley? What are you doing? For one little squirrely cat, this bish really she really gets into it, you know? She's my spirit animal, but I'm like, what are you doing now? What are you doing now, Harley? Okay, one more shuffle. Okay. Give me 1 second. There's a noise, and I need to know she's not destroying something. Harley, what are you doing, girl? What's happening, boo? What are you pushing around out here? I don't see anything being destroyed. What, you just trying to get my attention by being a little sneaker? Why are you so cute? Why are you so adorable? You have no right. Who gave you the right? Save some cuteness for the rest of us. Okay. All right. Show me. Oh, you're gonna come hang out, huh? What up, gangsta? Hi, boobs. Hi. Come on and say hi. Hi. What? Did you know that I turned it towards you? I do not wish to be witnessed. I am hiding. She's so cute. Oh my gosh, I love her so fucking much. Okay. All right, show me the energetic climate or landscape for Taurus that's relevant at this time. Okay. All right. Okay. Hi, Taurus. I hope you're doing well. All right, babes, let's see. Let's see what wants to be highlighted for you on this fine evening. Okay, so we're basically just looking at what's happening around you, or one specific thing, obviously, in your energetic climate, and then you in relation to that, your energy and how you're approaching or engaging with that, and then we'll just see what wants to be highlighted about it. So in your energetic landscape here, you get the Chariot. This is Cancerian energy. Shout out Lindsay for buying me this deck. I love you so much. Okay, let's get an oracle deck or an oracle card here to clarify the Chariot. Can you tell me more about this? What? Okay. Well, Okay. We're going to have to look more into this. But to clarify the Chariot, this card came out, this depressed card. Unhappy, sorrow, deflated, empty, unmotivated, grief, disassociating, and pain. I'm definitely not getting like full-on depression here because the Chariot came out in the upright. And what I'm kind of getting is there is an energy around you. Basically, like, you're not happy with where you're at in some sort of way. It's so interesting because I tried to do a reading for you last night and I ended up just like kind of being too tired. But the cards that came out were very much reflective of this exact sort of message, basically, without getting too into it. So we'll see if it comes out more. But I feel like there's an unhappiness, like you're not stoked with your current environment or surroundings, and you almost feel like a little bit drained or held back by them in a way, or just not uninspired by your surroundings or by the current circumstance. But I feel like this is kind of coming through as a positive thing because I actually feel like you're it's motivating you to move, like to change things, to take this situation into your own hands. And I feel like whatever is happening with that, it's highlighting what you're truly convicted about from the heart. The Chariot is like I said, it's Cancerian energy. So it's cardinal water. So it's basically like the dam breaking, like getting shit happening. Starting movement, right? And when we move from an emotional or intuitive place, it's usually from a place of internal conviction that drives us. That is our motivation. And that's what I'm seeing here. You could specifically be in a situation where there's like a bit of like a tyrant-y type vibe or archetype or energy around you, even if it's not a specific person. Like, let's say this is a work environment that you're really unhappy with. This could just be like you have a boss who's a bit of a prick, you know, sometimes, or just a little heavy-handed on the power dynamic vibes. You know, they kind of like to flex a little bit in a unattractive way. Yeah, but I feel like this is someone, or if you're living at home, then this is like you can't stand your dad sort of thing, or you just need to get out. Not that you don't like your dad, but like you need to get out from under their finger so that you can go live life on your own terms or something like that. But there's something that feels quite stifling here. You tell me more. Tell me more about what is motivating. Tell me what's causing this unhappiness. The Knight of Wands in reverse. Yeah. The High Priestess. You feel like you're having to, for some reason, like hold in or hide what you really want in some way here. There's something that you want to move towards or invest in, but it requires, I feel like, a bit of a bold, like taking a bit of a bold stand. That doesn't need to be like against someone in particular, but I feel like it's taking a bold stand for yourself. Like, this is what I want. This is my desire. I'm going to claim it and I'm going to go towards it. It kind of requires you to claim what it is that you want and then again move from that place of internal conviction, right? But the reason that it's kind of like draining you, deflating you, or it's interesting. I have another deck I'm not using it for this reading, but what is it called? It's like all black and red. And it has two different strength cards in it. And in the one strength card, I'm seeing the image of that. And it's like this woman is looking into a pool, like reflection of dark water or whatever. And she sees the lion in it and she's pushing him back into the water. And then there's another strength card that is more like empowered strength energy, where the two of them are working together. But I'm seeing the one where she's like pushing the lion back down into the water. I haven't used that deck in a really long time. It's a very specific image to come to mind. So there could be something about Leo that is relevant here. And then, like I said, Cancer's already showing up. You could have a Leo moon or a Cancer moon. The High Priestess is associated with the moon. There's also Sag here and Aries. But the Knight of Wands in reverse is you. I mean, the Knight of Wands is you. But in this specific situation, what it is that is kind of like making you feel so unfulfilled is that there's a lack of energy. Like, you feel a little bit drained, but there's something I feel that you want to passionately move towards, or something that you wish to express from yourself. And it would come from a place of passion. It would come from a place of inspiration, being kind of turned on by something or lit up. But it's a pretty strong feeling of wanting to move in the direction of something that excites you. But with the High Priestess, it's keeping it close to your chest, keeping it in, not sharing it. And it's because of that that I feel like this energy is showing up in a bit of a distorted way now. So it could be that because you're holding it in, you've been a little bit like, I'm just kind of getting moody, broody, maybe a little bit on edge, potentially to the people around you that, or within the situation or confines of the environment around you that doesn't really allow you to express yourself in this way. You could be getting like a little progressively more, I don't know, a little bit on edge around that. But that's what I'm seeing as the source of what is kind of just making you a little bit wah wah. But this is very much happening for a reason. It's happening not to make you feel like crap or make you feel trapped. It's just happening so that you can see like where you aren't being fulfilled and allow that to inform the direction that you want to move in, and then connect to that clarity of motivation and conviction from the heart, and then move, like do that for yourself. So it's just bringing it up so that you have the chance to change that, basically to see that it is affecting you and then to make a shift. Okay. Could be difficult for you though, because you are fixed earth. It doesn't mean that you can't change, especially when you really want to or when you have no interest in staying where you are. But you also do, like, you are the Hierophant in terms of the major arcana. That's your card. And the Hierophant is about tradition. It's about structures that are put into place to give our lives like foundation and make them feel stable and secure, basically, which you do really appreciate, obviously. And so with any fixed sign, but especially with fixed earth, because earth is like the densest element, which just naturally, energetically has the most, it takes the longest to shift or change. It takes the most effort to shift or change, but because it's physical form, right? Which is why usually our mental, emotional, spiritual selves shift, and then as within, so without. Then it's reflected in our external energy. It's like it has to catch up. But I feel like there could be something established that you're feeling stuck in or tied to or committed to. Whether that's like, yeah, an environment that you're living, a job that you're working, but there's some sort of sense of like obligation that I think you're feeling you need to break. And there's almost this little feeling of being at odds, like knowing that you want to move, but naturally being a little bit at odds with the idea of shaking things up in the way that they kind of need to be, is what I'm feeling. Okay, show me Taurian's energy, a little bit more about Taurian's energy here in the situation. Emperor in reverse again. Who's that? Don't like the Emperor in reverse. Not gonna lie. Not a fan. Not a fan. In the upright, I'll call you daddy all day. In the reverse, get out of my face. Okay, so there's something that you are decidedly, like, undeniably freaking lit up about. The Page of Wands. In the upright, the Knight of Wands, and the fucking Page. There's something that you are all lit up about. It's got you a little hot and bothered. And it doesn't need to be like sexual romantic, but this is something that you are like, this Page of Wands is quite literally breathing fire. Right? There's an intensity here. And I think that that is one of the main things that you share with Scorpio, your sister sign. There's this intensity that you are both capable of, or you have this capacity to hold this extreme intensity inside of you. And because you're fixed, you can hold it for quite a long time and actually get pretty uncomfortable. And then it just usually breaks or bursts, especially if you get pushed too far. But this is kind of cute because it's like you are, there's something that you're just excited about. But the Emperor in reverse, so these are the three cards that came out. The Page of Wands, the Emperor in reverse, and the Ace of Swords. So, what's that? Well, you not knowing the truth of how you feel and what you want is not the issue. I also feel like you know what the issue is because this came out right here, right? It's like you are clear on how you feel, what your desire is, where your conviction from the heart would pull you, and you also know how you feel not allowing yourself to be pulled to the full extent in that direction or to express yourself fully in that direction. So that's not what you're unclear about, nor is knowing kind of what it is, I feel like, that you perceive as being the thing that's preventing you from doing that. And if the Emperor in reverse isn't someone outside of you, then it's like, let me get an oracle card here. Then again, I'm just getting that there's something that you're feeling like you have to repress or hold inside. But it's like it's kind of eating you up inside because the Emperor is masculine energy. It's the energy of Aries, ruled by Mars, right? So it's a lot of masculine energy, which is about asserting and how you move, how you take action, how you go get the things that you want, how you claim those things, and then create the life that you desire and deserve through living your truth, right? Through being honest about what it is that you truly want. So if this is just indicating that you're not taking like sovereign action, then it's just kind of highlighting that you have all this fiery energy that you kind of don't know how to express in a way that isn't, in a way that's grounded, true, and feels solid and not just erratic. because there's so much of it. There's so much fire. And you see the truth of it. It's almost like once you know how you feel and you're looking at it and it's very it's almost more uncomfortable because you're very aware, right? Okay. Well, this card came out. And this card has all of the, well, not all of them, but has 7 of the main chakras on it. And it talks about what each deals with and then what it is blocked by. It did come out in the reverse. And I would say, like, the chakras that have to do with fire, or the chakras that you are working with, I would say are the lower chakras, or like the heart and the lower chakras. So from the heart down, heart, solar, sacral, and root. So I'm going to read those ones. So the heart chakra deals with love and is blocked by grief. The solar plexus deals with willpower and is blocked by shame. The sacral deals with pleasure and is blocked by guilt. And the root deals with survival and is blocked by fear. I feel like the sacral is the strongest. And the solar. Although I do feel like you have quite a bit of confidence. So there could be something about guilt here. Guilt surrounding pleasure. Maybe feeling like it's not responsible to move towards something that would bring you a lot of pleasure, but at the same time really not being able to escape like the truth that you very much do. Like you are aware that something would bring you pleasure and you do want to move towards it. So that could be where the frustration is kind of coming from. That's what I'm seeing for that. Okay, let's see what else wants to be highlighted about this, my loves. What's happening? Anything else? The strength card. Like I channeled. Justice and strength both came out. Libra and Leo. Well, it's pretty blunt. You can't be on the fence about this. If you're on the fence about it, you'll be disappointed by the outcome because the wheel will keep on turning. You know, like life is going to keep on lifing. The only true thing about life, or life in 3 true words, it goes on, right? No matter what, world keeps on spinning. So this is kind of saying like, you already know, literally the Queen of Swords is at the top of the deck. You already know, and we know that you know from the whole rest of the reading, but in order to get what you desire and deserve, and Spirit is even saying what is for you, like what is just and fair. And these are 2 major arcanas as well, which means that the universe is involved, like forces greater than just your own free will and like agency and how you use your own energy. There are forces that are bigger than that here that are involved. Like we have the High Priestess, we have the Chariot, we have the Emperor in reverse, and then we have these, right? So there are more major arcanas than there are minors in your reading. So that's pretty big. So there could also be this feeling of like the universe is like, you know, like pushing and prodding you towards something, because the universe reads the desires of your heart. You can say anything, but energy doesn't lie. And Spirit is reading energy. Spirit's not listening to you try to justify not moving towards something that you really want. Spirit's like, that's nice, but we're looking at your heart and we know that you do want something. So, you know, if this reading is for you. If it's not, then feel free to check your other placements. But it's looking like there's something that is aligned. And the Wheel of Fortune was at the bottom of the deck too. But it is going to require strength, and specifically strength of the heart. Even like after you take the initial action to move something, the Chariot comes right before strength. And then after strength, you have the Hermit, and then the Wheel of Fortune and Justice. So there's kind of a lot of progression in these cards. So in that case then, right, it would be like taking action from the heart, from that place of conviction of the heart, and from a place of strength and knowing what is right for you because you know you. And then also being aligned with your own internal insight into yourself with the Hermit. And then, yeah, the wheel turns and Justice. So those are the prerequisite sort of steps to get what you want. But it is just kind of being highlighted, but I think you already know this. I think you already know what's necessary to get this. Because whatever this is, it's something that it evokes a lot out of you. And that's probably for a reason. It probably makes you feel a lot because it does require courage, you know. The Chariot and strength and even Justice to some degree, they all require a level of conscious and intentional bravery, you know, to do the right thing. And to do the right thing for, like, by your standards, by your heart's standards. So that is what is required, but you can have whatever this is for sure. Just, they are highlighting that, like, it's not something that's going to wait forever, whatever this opportunity is. Because I feel like there's not just a situation you want to, like, escape from. I feel like there's something you want to move towards too, that's lighting you up, that's pulling you towards it. So they're either highlighting that your energy, if you stay on the fence, is kind of just going to get more and more, like, drained and ambivalent or a little bit numb to the situation because you know that you kind of, like, are being deflated there. So if you don't move, then you might in sort of like a self-protection sort of way, like, kind of disconnect a little bit to almost put distance between yourself and your current situation or environment. But you could also choose to fight. Jackie Chan it over here and go get him, Tyga, you know? So it's up to you. I think that your heart might feel a little bit, I don't know what that guilt is that's there. I don't feel like I should look into it because I think it's a little bit tender and probably different for all of you. But if there is some sort of guilt surrounding pleasure or shame around either using your personal agency and willpower to move towards what you want or not, then I think that that's what wants to be addressed. And addressing that is going to be what liberates you and sets you free here. Essentially gives you the fuel and the strength, I guess, to move forwards in the direction that you want to. All right, Taurus, I love you. Let us move on to Gemini. Dogs. Okay. Can you guys hear them? They have, like, their normal barks, and then they have the howls that they do at night to scare the terrors of the night away and protect me. And it is the most haunting, like, terror. Like, it's not a good sound. I would be scared as well and run away. It has taken me months to get used to to the howling that they do. It's like, it's very unsettling sounding, so I don't know if you can hear it. And I apologize if you can. Okay. Gemini. Oh, my Geminis. How are you feeling with this new moon coming up and Uranus doing all the Uranus things in your sign? Still at the very early degrees of Gemini. So in a way, even though it's not close to, because I think that this Gemini new moon is happening, oh fuck, my memory. I want to say at like 24 degrees or somewhere around there. So closer to the end of Gemini. And Uranus is still very much at the beginning. But in a way, it's still having a huge impact on the moon because those, like, the critical degrees, the 29th and like the first degree, that like area, can tend to bring out kind of like supercharged energy of that sign, right? And so with Uranus there, it's adding a little oomph. A little oomph. I don't know if Uranus has ever done anything little, like small, in its halfway in its entire existence. I'm gonna go with probably not. But if you need a support group, my Gemini moon is here for you. You can co-regulate together. Okay. Last shuffle. All right. Show me the energetic climate or landscape for my Gemini gang at this time. What wants to be highlighted for Gemini? The frick? What the literal? Okay. Oh. Oh. Wow. Okay. Okay. Let me just get an oracle card before we say anything about that whole situation. Nope. Lord. Oh, okay, well. Thanks for clearing nothing up about that. Let's see, anything else? No, Spirit's like, deal with it. Okay. I am channeling a song, however. Let me just look that up for you. Do your timestamp. What is the relevance of this song? Yeah. So fucking loud. Okay. That seems relevant. All right. Gemini gang, my beautiful agents of chaos and cuteness. I hope that you're doing fantastic. I hope that the intensity of this new moon that is coming up at the time that I'm recording this isn't doing too much to your nervous system. Make sure that you ground, because as we spoke about leading into your reading, Uranus is also in the house, and it's a lot. So just take care of yourselves, okay? All right, so let's get into this. We're just kind of looking at the energetic landscape around you, what wants to be highlighted about that, how you're dealing with it and engaging with it, and just what spirit or your higher self or your team of guides wants to say about it. So, okay. So the overall energetic landscape or situation, the first card that came out is the Ace of Cups in reverse. Just wait for it. It gets so much better. Okay. And then the Queen of Cups in reverse fell out. And then the Lovers. Please don't click off. I love you so much. The Lovers in reverse then also fell out. Okay. Let's see what the ever-loving is happening here. Because why? Just why? It's a lot. So then I was channeling the song No Rain by Blind Melon. What's up, breath of fresh air? I'm like, please don't leave. I love you so much. We'll make this positive, I promise. I'm a Gemini moon too. Okay, we're in this together. I was channeling the song No Rain by Blind Melon. If you know, you know. It's a good old 90s tune, a classic, if you will. That's what I channeled when these cards were falling out. This card also came out to clarify from the Oracle deck. Confused. Yeah, I bet. So it says unclear, foggy, uncertain, no direction, indecisive, muddled, scrambled, and unsure? Okay. I thought it said unsure twice, but no. Unclear, uncertain, unsure. Yeah. It feels like this is someone outside of you, Gem. It feels like they are... It's actually kind of funny because I split the deck and it's the Knight of Cups in the upright. Okay, cool. So now you're going to show up with your fucking cup and in the upright. Okay. It'd be nice if you could do some of that here, though, so that Gemini doesn't punch themselves in the face. Knowing Gemini, this would be a little bit like crazy making for you, most likely. Well, no rain. Okay, just when I just think of no rain, and even Blind Melon. Oh my gosh. Blind Melon with the confused card. If you're thinking of like your melon as like your head, that's why I'm chuckling. But no rain is like you know, no water. The Ace of Cups, the Queen of Cups, the Lovers, all in reverse. I feel like whoever this is, I don't think that they don't feel anything. I think that there's like a massive amount of emotional constipation here. That's what that feels like. It feels like there's a lot in there that wants out. But all of these cards being in the reverse is highlighting for sure a bit of a stagnancy in this person's energy. And it's because they are quite foggy, I would say. The thing about the Lovers card too is it's not just you in the major arcana, but it also was originally called the Choice. Like the Lovers card was historically called the Choice. And it does talk about taking everything into consideration and making an important decision once all things have been considered, right? Mutable air, sort of seeing in a prismatic way through both heart and mind. You have Gemini rising. Nice. I love Gemini energy. But yeah, no rain. It feels like there's a little bit of an emotional drought happening here. And I don't think this person has made a specific decision because they don't really know what they don't know their butt from their elbow, you know? I don't know. There's a large amount of uncertainty here with this person. The lyrics to this song, all I can say is that my life is pretty plain. I like watching the puddles gather rain. And all I can do is just pour some tea for two and speak my point of view, but it's not sane. It's not sane. You're telling me? Okay. He says, I just want someone to say to me, I'll always be there when you wake. You know I'd like to keep my cheeks dry today. So stay with me and I'll have it made. And I don't understand why I sleep all day and start to complain when there's no rain. All I can do is read a book to stay awake. It rips my life away, but it's a great escape. I don't know if I've ever actually looked at the lyrics to this song, which is crazy. I mean, I know some of them, but some of them I did not know that that's what they were saying. There's someone here, I feel like it's a little bit weaponized incompetence. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like they do know how they feel. But I was also channeling another song when I was reading the part where he says, I don't understand why I sleep all day and start to complain when there's no rain. I was hearing another 90s banger by Garbage. Only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it rains. I'm only happy when it rains. Pour your misery down. Pour your misery down on me. It feels like there's someone here who is maybe not always, but right now they're in a bit of a complacent comfort zone of being low. It's like this is someone who, I don't know, it's kind of giving like unhealthy Scorpio energy a little bit. Like, I love to be a broody, sad, emo mess a little bit. This is coming from a Scorpio rising with Pluto and Scorpio conjunct, so don't come for me. You know how we can be. But yeah, it feels like this person maybe knows that they feel a lot, but they're not really. Yeah, the Knight of Swords, the Princess or Page of Wands, they know. With the Seven of Swords, they just And the Five of Cups. Lord have mercy. All right. Yeah, so they just told on themselves, basically, exactly what I just said. They know. I feel like very few things would make a Gemini more frustrated than weaponized incompetence, essentially playing stupid when you're not stupid, you know? Because the Knight of Swords in the upright has the answer, and the Page of Wands in the upright, they're passionate. They're driven. They go where their heart and soul and instincts lead them. You know, they're an adventurer. They know, and then they're like, I don't know. The Seven of Swords is just illusion, delusion. Literally, she's holding the sword of truth behind her back, pretending like, I'm not holding the truth. I don't know how I feel. But I feel like this really is just like a very elaborate playing dumb, or just like complete denial of the truth, basically, on this person's behalf. I'm not calling them stupid or a bad person, but it does seem like they're like, I'm so confused. But really, they just are not ready to move, is what it kind of feels like. And this doesn't have to be a romantic person necessarily, Gemini, but it's someone where there's a connection, like a heart-based connection, an emotional connection with the Ace of Cups and the Queen of Cups. So it's probably either family, a very, like a quite close friend. There's something else coming through. There's something about this person pretending to be confused, or like not know what needs to be done, because making the decision would require them to, well, be humble and then also be honest. And there's something about that is like, this person would maybe have to apologize for something, or I don't know. But rather than just admitting, or kind of clearly and directly looking at and facing, I think, like, what they do know would be required to move forwards. I think that there's an insecurity there with that Queen of Pentacles in reverse. It's almost like this person is actually, ironically, starting to see things more clear, which is why they're doubling down on the whole, like, na 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 na, I can't hear you, or like, if I can't see you, you can't see me. You know, it's like one of those things, but it's like, you're standing right in front of me, just covering your, like, hello, I see you, you know? So this might be very obvious to you, which is kind of funny, because I think that this person maybe feels like they're hiding something well. They could just not be communicating with you at all at this time. But it's kind of coming through as someone that owes you an apology and a clear choice surrounding something. Or it's like they owe you some clarity, maybe. They could be seeing specifically how they have been acting from a bit of a toxic masculine place. So maybe playing games, being a bit of a control freak, or using like power dynamics. This is quite a bit of like masculine. Well, the Emperor is there in reverse. The Tower is Mars energy. The Emperor is Aries. And then there's the Knight of Cups that did come out in the upright earlier, now in reverse. I feel like this person is seeing the way that they've acted, and they're maybe realizing that some of the way they acted, or some of the way that they either expressed themselves or didn't to you, it was from a place of insecurity. But it can be difficult to admit that we've acted from a place of insecurity, right? So I think that they're kind of at this place where they're not really quite there yet. So they're feigning confusion, or maybe like pretending like something's a lot more complicated than it really is. Okay, show me Gemini here in this. I'm very curious. The sun in reverse. You're like, I literally don't know what the fuck is up. No kidding. Yeah, the sun in reverse is a lack of clarity. It's like not being able to see something, and I think it's just because something has not been illuminated. Technically, this could even represent more distorted masculine energy if we're looking at like the sun and the moon as yin and yang correspondences too. But this is Leo energy. Clarify that, please, for me, if that's true. Gemini. Okay. The sun and the moon in reverse. So, wow. Wow. Wow, yeah. That says that's this person is not clear and direct. However, spirit never has that problem ever. So the thing is about this, oh man, what a hot mess this is. And this doesn't have to be like ruining your life hot mess, but that's a bit of a mess, you know? That is a bit of a clusterfuck. So basically what this is saying, especially because I just finished mentioning sun and moon, yin and yang, is that, and then the lovers can also be seen as the balancing, the harmonizing, and the integration of both like dualities within us as well, right? Not just yin and yang energies, but the conscious and the unconscious, the light and the shadow. Really, like, Gemini is sort of the master at holding all of the dualities, complexities, and even perceived contradictions that are within all of us, right? Because we're infinite, complex people, complex beings. And being able to hold all of that and still know where you stand within it, like not lose yourself within basically the infinite nature of us. But it feels as though you maybe have a strong connection with someone here, and it's like their lack of clarity or forthrightness. Like, this is someone who's not been honest or like forthcoming about how they truly feel. There's very strong Leo energy here with strength here too. Yeah, it's like they're strongly doubling down on not taking action towards you. There's a lot of restraint coming through, but I also feel like this is you, because I think that you've just come to a little bit of, not that you've given up on this person, but in terms of where the current situation is with you, I think that there's like, I'm at the end of my rope now. I'm frustrated because it's interesting that the moon came out in reverse, because it's quite literally, this is like the conversation that I'm hearing between the two of you. This person is like, I am so very confused. I have no clarity to offer you. I do not hold clarity within me at this time. I am muddled and foggy and can't make a clear decision. And immediate rebuttal, the moon in reverse, is like seeing through that shit. You're like, yeah, I'm not buying it, buddy. I literally see right through you. And if you're trying to use weaponized incompetence or like playing dumb, I wouldn't choose Geminis. I wouldn't, you know, I don't know. Have you met a Gemini before? They're pretty smart. And Gemini's intuition, I feel like, comes from having this very rapid way of, again, like seeing through this almost like prismatic, like seeing all perspectives through this like prismatic way of thinking. But then also being able to see and distinguish their truth within that, and also being able to kind of like through, like I said, rapid processing of all of the possibilities, they can usually also see pretty clearly where others land within that as well. Like they have their own like little bullshit detectors as well. Although I feel like Gemini isn't talked about as being a sign that has strong intuition. Every sign has their own way of strongly accessing their own intuition, and that's Gemini's. So I feel like this person is like, yeah, I don't know, I don't have the answers or the clarity. And even if they don't, like, let's say this person is truly confused, then you see the truth that they are like extraordinarily blind to. Blind melon. Blind melon. Not a lot happening up top. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But I do think that if they are confused, then it's coming from the avoidance of their feelings. Like their feelings would be what would inform them of their truth. So if they really don't know what's going on, it's because no rain, you know? No rain is blinding their melon. It's like they need to tune in if that is the case and they really don't know how they feel. Well, I think that there's enough for them to tune into if they were to access their emotional and intuitive body, that they would probably figure it out pretty fast, right? So it feels like that this person is either intimidated by what they do know but don't want to know, or they don't want to feel or act on. And so they're sort of plagued with fake confusion here so as to not have to take action on what they are aware they feel, which doesn't seem super sustainable, but maybe. But you're not confused about that. But it feels like this is also you and your standards, and you not settling, and you being like, well, if you never text me again, then I guess I'll see you in another life, because I will not be the one reaching out to you. I will not be the one overextending myself. Figure it out, you know, and then call me when you have it figured out. That's kind of the energy of this. This is very much like, I know my worth. I do see the situation clearly. And like, I'll be here if and when you decide to see the situation clearly as well, is kind of what I'm getting from that. Let's get an oracle card for that. You're not going to make the first move on this, though. It's one of those things where, like, if you don't reach out, then I'll talk to you never. But it's coming through as like, and usually, especially if you really care about someone, Gemini, you can be incredibly patient, sometimes to a fault, honestly. You can really justify and make excuses for someone else's behavior if you love them. You can also do that for your own behavior as well sometimes, but that's a story for another day, right? Okay, let's get an oracle card and see more about this. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, you don't give no you don't give no F's. You cannot find your last F to give. Your F's are in the red, you know? Yeah. No capacity to give a single flying F on your behalf here. I think that you have cared this is coming through very much as like you've cared a lot about this situation, and now you're just like, and now I'm done. Like, that is the cutoff, and boop, you just passed it, sort of thing. That doesn't mean you would never forgive this person, hear them out. It just means you're done taking the lead on this one, you know? These are the cards that came out from the Oracle deck. This is the first one. Well, these two came out together, and they're pretty telling that they're together. Well-behaved women don't make history. And then this card, I don't know if you can see, but what she is vomiting out here is, it says a whole bunch of things. It says too fat, keep it off, be beautiful, be sexy. What does this say? Be thinner, eat less, the skinny life. It's basically like social distortions of beauty, which is quite interesting because, was that Aries that came out for, or Taurus? I think it was Aries. This is the other card that came out though. This one. It says projection, conflicted. Projecting, being conflicted. Who might that be? Pray tell. And then arrogance, trickery, and surrender. I don't feel like I need to interpret this card. So this person has projected their insecurities. They have also projected their confusion onto you. And you are just kind of like, you know, maybe you were trying not to step on any toes, or like I said, overextend. I'm not really getting people pleasing. I'm just getting like, you care. You cared, and so you acted like someone who cared, right? But now you're like, fuck it, we ball, you know, like well-behaved Geminis don't make history. And we're not here to play small. So I just feel as though you're like, this isn't what I'm going down. This isn't what I'm going down in history for. Someone who just, you know, ate the bullshit, like ate the projections. You are, sorry for this specific analogy being a little bit like kind of gross, but you're like, I'm going to force that back up and out of me. Like, if you feel as though you have internalized anything that this person, and even like the sun in reverse can very much be arrogance and ego as well. It's distorted masculine, right? You could feel that this person and their projections for a time kind of threw off your own like clarity around your own feelings and intuition. Like this person specifically, they could have acted very oppositional to how they actually feel, to throw you off the scent of how they really feel because of some sort of deep insecurity. And you see through it, but you're like, but that, even if you love this person, you're like, tough love, that is a you problem. Like that's something that no one can do the healing for someone else. So I think you're just realizing, like, if this person is doubling down to this degree on denying and, you know, playing dumb, then you're going to let them do that, right? And if they lose you in the meantime, and you're just going to carry on with your sexy ass and let them watch that butt walk away, right? Because you're not, nah. You're really not here for it, and I don't blame you. Because there's a trickery. But you could have felt like, yeah, this person confused, like you were very sure about the situation and your intuition, and then the way that this person maybe acted quite out of character, or the way they acted might have flown in the face of the read that you got on them. And I think that it was for that purpose, you know, to try to throw you off. But I see that now you're just like, oh, it was just kind of like game playing, and you're not gonna internalize anything that's been projected onto you. You're just gonna kind of carry on and live your best life. Doesn't mean that you don't care, doesn't mean that you're gonna be a dick, but you're just not going to spend like precious thought and energy on something that is choosing to misunderstand you potentially, and choosing to be muddled and unclear. Because who has time for it? Ain't nobody got time for that, darling. All right, is there anything else that wants to be highlighted for Gemini? How do I have this much energy? Oh, the world in reverse. Well, good. Something isn't over here. Oh, man. Someone might make a comeback, and I feel like they may be on the same their same BS a tiny bit. The good thing is that's going to be the final nail in this coffin for you. But I feel like there is a lesson that hasn't completely wrapped up. The world is Saturnian energy, and with that in reverse here, but there's the Three of Wands in reverse, the Emperor in reverse, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse. So this person might come in a little bit of, again, like, there's nothing to see here. Like, I don't know. They basically might put the final nail in the coffin of, like, there being not a lot of opportunity between the two of you. If that is the case for you, then I don't feel like you have to wait very long for that to happen. Like, it probably is going to happen around the Gemini new moon for you, I'm guessing. What if that's not the case, though? Is there another storyline if this is not over other than that one? Oh, the Knight of Swords. They might actually tell the truth. Because you see them clearly. This is, okay, so there's two very distinct paths. One path is that this person, the more that you see them clearly, the more intimidated they get by that, and the more that they feel like they need to double down on, like, not ever admitting that. Like, even if you see them super clear, then this person, it's like they're mad that they can't fool you or throw you off the scent of something. And so then they just keep on, their ego continues to kibosh things and keep on trying to throw you off the scent. So they just keep one-upping that, like, basically their arrogance and projection just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And they surrender more fully to the way that they're fooling themselves, basically, because they're not fooling you. So they just lean into denying their own truth, and then you see that clearly, and then you can just let go and they can move on to the next person that they want to confuse. The candle, like, just went out. I don't know if you can see it, but it's like smoking. It literally just went out right when I said that. I'm going to light a new one, but that's kind of interesting. The other option is that this person chooses to close out, like to put an end to that particular cycle. Harley. And speak the truth. It would be first admitting it to themselves. But there is something here that's being highlighted that about something not being over just yet. Now this could also be, oh no, I got wax on my sweater. Okay, worse things have happened. I just don't want that to, I don't want the oil to ruin my the one white sweater that I have. I have like one white shirt and one white sweater, and everything else is black. But yeah, of course. Okay. If this is this person speaking the truth here, then it's like they realize that this cycle isn't going to ever, like, the energy is not just going to shift the more that they avoid it. It's just going to get louder and louder, right? So they'll see that unless they do something to actually close the cycle out or confront the energy, essentially, rather than just like pretending to, or rather than staying confused or pretending to be confused, then they may choose to come in and tell you the truth about why they've been so uncooperative, why they've been so inauthentic, why they've lied, why they've been untrue. The Ace of Swords in reverse. And I feel like it's very much not because they haven't been uncooperative because they don't want this, ironically, but there's something that has stopped them from like pushing forwards. It could have to do with their Chiron or them being very triggered by their feelings, to the point that they really needed to go within to find their own truth, because they genuinely did get so overwhelmed by their feelings that they did get quite like muddled and foggy and confused here, where they just did not know what direction to go in. But I do feel like some of that was definitely internal conflict coming from their ego, fooling them into projecting something onto you rather than surrendering to their own truth, if that's the case. Or else this could be you closing out this cycle, you essentially creating closure for yourself by just admitting the truth to yourself. Like, okay, I see the truth. This person is uncooperative. They're choosing to, you know, be dishonest, and for that reason, or they're choosing to not take action to clear things up for both of us, right? And so they're just continuing to muddy things further, and for that reason, we can't make any headway because I can only do what I can do. And if the other person is kind of like fighting forward progress at every turn, then there's nothing else that you can really do. So that's what I see. I still see you sitting pretty though, regardless of what happens. And I feel that, yeah, I feel that you kind of have this really beautiful, spontaneous, feminine, you're not hiding from your desire or what lights you up or your emotion or intuition. So you're going to stay in alignment with that. And if this person chooses to join you in a space of clarity and honesty, then I feel like you're there for that. And if they don't, then you're going to leave them to their confusion, I feel like. Okay? So we're moving on to Cancer. Cancer. Crabby cakes, crabby cakes. Harley, why are you so cute? Okay. I don't understand why I sleep all day. All I can do is just pour some tea for two. Engage me in conversation or I'm gonna have to keep singing, guys. Okay. How are you guys doing out there though? Seriously, give me a energetic thumbs up. I'm also someone who doesn't love frequenting chats in videos, so I understand and I don't take it personally. Don't worry. Just as long as you know that I love you. Okay. That's all I care about. No confusion there. I'll claim it all day. All right. Sometimes I'm like, I should never just be the only one talking in front of a camera for hours on end. Why is this? Why do I do this? I don't have a lot of filter, you guys. Left to my own devices, I will just say all of the things, most likely. All right, Cancer. Okay. Channeling something. It's not very atypical Cancerian, but I'm going to wait and see what cards come out for you before I mention it, because it might just be me channeling a great song. Let's see. Energetic landscape for Cancer. Support as well. All right, that's better. So I want you to be able to see. Shuffling a little better. Here we go. What? Virgo energy, the Hermit has shown up, I think, for every sign that I've done so far. So some of you just have heavy Virgo in your chart. Some of you are dealing with a Virgo, or you have a Virgo around you, or something is transiting your house of Virgo, your whatever house is ruled by Virgo in your chart, or even happening in your 6th house, maybe, which is the house somewhat associated with Virgo. Or else that season could be significant because it's being highlighted here. Okay, anything else about that? For the love. I regret asking. Okay. Interesting. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay, let's do your timestamp. Let's just get one clarifying oracle card first. What's with all the confusing stuff? Are people being a little bit confusing with everybody? Is that something that's happening? Right, I wanted to light another candle as my little transmutation device here. Let me just grab another one from my room really quickly and light that. And we're just going to get right on into it. Aw, Harley. Love you. Love you. angel butt. Hi, angel. Oh, why are you so cute? Oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the movie How to Train Your Pet Dragon. You know, like, I don't remember what his name is. Wait, what is his name? Why can't I remember? I've seen that movie approximately a billion times with my nephew, who loves it, but it's okay because I also love it. Her face reminds me of like the main dragon, the black one. He's got like a really flat head and like these little scraggly, adorable like little teeth and like this mischievous look. And she like, I feel like she's like the cat form of that dragon. It's really cute. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Okay. Like this little purple candle. Transmute, transmute. And clear the energies for me as we go. May my sight be clear and true. All right. Cancer. Okay. Hi, Cancer. Hello, sweet crabby cakes. I hope that you're doing wonderful. Okay, let's take a look at the situation, basically just what's happening around you, how you're feeling it, and what wants to be highlighted by your guides about it. So, it's kind of interesting. So the first card that came out is the Lovers in the upright, which is pretty beautiful, right? The Oracle card that came out is Loyal, which says faithful, true, genuine feelings, serious, loyalty is with you, and allegiance. Okay, well, we love to see this. This is beautiful, right? We want our lovers to be loyal to us, ultimately. We want to know where we stand with people, and we want, especially with a connection, and it doesn't have to be a lover, a romantic or sexual kind of connection, but with the lovers, it's usually a soul bond or a soul contract, or basically someone where I kind of see the lovers connection as something that doesn't just happen by accident. If the lovers connection happens, then I personally, my own belief system, is that it was your soul's intention to be in union with someone, right? Like your souls chose before you incarnated in this life to meet up and to like teach each other lessons, to help each other heal in a specific way, to fall madly and desperately in love, to alter one another's lives, you know, whatever it is. It can be a lot of different things with the lovers, but there is one thing with the lovers that is no matter what kind of connection, and it's like it's gonna leave an impact. You're not gonna forget the lovers connection. And it's not something that you can just like pass by and then find on the next street corner in the next coffee shop, right? It's like it's something that doesn't come around just every day, which is why it does leave a pretty big mark on people. Oh, what's up, Lil Bit? How are you? Thank you. Thank you. I hope that you're also having a blessed and wonderful day. So, the lovers with Loyal. Now, I asked if there was anything else that wanted to come up about it, and the King of Cups in reverse with the 8 of Wands in reverse came out. We're going to clarify slightly further. There's a couple things that this could be, though. So, Okay. So with the King of Cups in reverse, well, this is the first thing that I'm getting. This person could have strong Scorpio. Specifically, they may have, I mean, they could have Gemini as well. The Lovers is the Gemini card. But the King of Cups to me is Scorpio, and they could specifically also have Venus in Scorpio, which is the placement that's associated with the Seven of Cups, which is on the bottom of the deck. The thing is, this is what's on the bottom of the deck here. The Seven of Cups, the Prince or Knight of Cups in the upright, and the Four of Swords in reverse. I feel like that's kind of the clarity we need for the first little message to come through here. Because it's not that this person is cut off from their emotions with the King of Cups in reverse. It's not that they don't feel anything and that's why they're not saying anything or taking action at this time. Specifically, I feel like either you're not communicating with this particular person at all right now, but you still heavily feel you still feel connected to them, and there's probably a mutual sense of loyalty and like devotion between the two of you emotionally and maybe even spiritually. I'm getting just like an acknowledgement and kind of a respect and a level of gratitude for the role that you have chosen to play in one another's lives, no matter how that has ended up. So sometimes with the Lover's energy, you don't actually end up with that person in union in the way that you might have wished. However, that's not always the function of the Lover's connection, which is kind of heartbreaking in a way. But the function is really to show you yourself and to help you be what you seek in another for yourself. Basically, the Lover's connection is about creating wholeness in both individuals, and that is the only way that they can then come together. So this is giving a lot away, right? But I feel like with the Eight of Wands in reverse, this person is either not communicating, you're either not communicating at all with them right now, or they're just very much not communicating the truth of their emotions. But it's not that that they don't have them, and it's not that they're not feeling them. It's actually the opposite. It's that they are feeling a great deal right now. And the King of Cups in the upright is interesting because the Queen of Cups, she's very expressive. She's very emotive. Like, she can evoke a lot of emotion, and she can also emote a lot, right? She is kind of just in flow and expressive. The King of Cups is, and she's still very like regulated emotionally, right? She's not just like spilling out her emotions everywhere in an unconscious or a messy kind of way, but she is more expressive, more open with her heart. The King of Cups feels incredibly deeply, like on a very profound level. They have a huge capacity to hold emotion, but they don't always express it, or they're very much more in the habit of waiting until they're ready, whereas the Queen of Cups is more likely to just be moved by her heart, and it's more like in her realm of flow to just let it out, right? The King of Cups is more likely, though, to hold it in until they know the best possible way to express, or until they have like the words to be able to really say what they are feeling in a mature kind of way. They think Scorpio energy, right? They're very psychologically and emotionally intelligent when healthy, right? And so they like to understand the depth and the ins and outs of what they're feeling before they share that with the person, the object of their affection, basically. They're usually very intentional about it because they know how deep their feelings do go, and they know how intense and powerful that can be to share. So they like to know where they're coming from, what they're getting themselves into, they're still a fixed sign after all. So there's an element of that like control, but it comes through as a healthy regulation and an intentional way of expressing the depth of their feelings and loyalty when they are in a healthy state. This person, they aren't coming through as being in an unhealthy state. They're just coming through as being overwhelmed by their emotions. Because the Seven of Cups here, it talks kind of about like the whole array, the whole scope of emotion and intuitive knowing, which can sometimes be muddy a little bit. It depends on how you're approaching it. If you're feeling like everything everywhere all at once, then you might, and especially if you don't know what your emotional truth is while swimming through all of these different like cups and potentials or things that are coming up from the depths of you. Without knowing what your baseline is, this is an energy that you can get lost in, and there can be a lot of confusion, illusion, basically just like lost in the sauce. However, the fact that this came out with that King of Cups tells me that I don't think that's what it is. I just think that this person is looking at the full array of what it is that they feel, and they are kind of just letting it like explode around them. Like if you look at the Prince or the Knight of Cups, especially in comparison to the King, is kind of chilling, right? And the water isn't like perfectly still, but it's not like going insane either. But here with the Knight of Cups, they're looking right at their cup, and then the waves and the fish and everything is kind of just like everywhere. It's also somewhat, I don't know, I'm seeing like the reflection of the sky and the water here, how it looks kind of similar. So I think that this person is looking at their feelings, and they're looking at how they think about what they're feeling. And there's a lot to kind of like work through here. For that reason, especially because of like the strong mental element paired with the intensity and range of what they're feeling, the Four of Swords in reverse, there's a little bit of mental unease there with this person where they're at right now. But this tells me very clearly that, well, and the loyalty, is that it's not that they don't feel anything. The Lovers and loyalty both in the upright with this, it's just telling me that they feel a lot. And I think that they're just taking a little time out to go through all of that, because it is it's bringing up a lot. It's bringing up a lot out of them, but I think they're trying to process what it's bringing out of them in kind of real time before they communicate it. So it's almost like whereas the Queen of Cups might come to you, or even the Knight of Cups might come to you and just kind of like start a conversation, and then again like let their feelings flow out of them naturally. The King of Cups is again much more likely to be more contained or in control, or not in a negative way, but just a little bit more strategic with how they go about expressing things. And they're a lot less likely to feel compelled or pressured to say how they feel if they don't think that it's going to be the right time. Okay, show me where Cancer lands in all of this. How are they experiencing or approaching the situation here with this King of Cups in reverse? But yeah, I'm seeing that this person, the Hermit, there's that Virgo energy again. I'm seeing that this person essentially is in their own private space or state. They are allowing their most profound, basically the full scope and depth of what they feel to erupt out of them, rather than coming straight to you and allowing that to happen. They're doing that just with themselves first so that they can almost refine and sort through what they feel and then come to you with it in a little bit of a more intentional or like wrapped up with a bow, like a little more neat and tidy expression is what I feel. Okay, so your energy or how you are engaging here came out as the Hermit. So yeah, you could just be kind of staying in your own lane and doing some internal reflection of your own at this time with that Virgo energy. The Hermit talks just about, it talks about humility and purity of connection with self, first and foremost, which requires honesty with self, absolute honesty with self, about the self, first and foremost, which is why humility, like complete honesty with self, is what humility is, right? So tell me a little bit more. Why is Cancer in the Hermit energy here? The Two of Cups in reverse, Temperance in reverse. There has been something difficult, though, something that hasn't been completely clear or simple or easy to nail down about this connection. I think that there's some clarity around something that needs healing or has already like been in the process of healing, but it's a process. Like it's not just like a simple fix. There could have been some like triggers of the ego, just even feeling like out of control or feeling again an intensity of emotion and then being a little triggered by that, especially if someone also feels that intensity of emotion but pulled back to process it. Because I'm just seeing that you're feeling, you're investigating internally a little bit of a lack of alignment. And it could be a lack of alignment with, you could be looking at how your own lack of alignment or this person's, or maybe both of yours in one way or another, essentially some sort of imbalance that has kind of made it difficult for you to get on the same page with this person, or clearly understand like how you're both feeling or where you're both coming from. Temperance is Sagittarian energy as well. Get an oracle card to see a little bit more about that. I think the Two of Cups is a Cancerian card, though. What is it? Is it might be Mars in Cancer, maybe? Can't remember exactly. It is definitely a Cancerian card. I just can't remember the exact placement. Where'd that other one go? Ooh. Okay, well, I like this. Okay. This deck is saying everything, so I don't think we're going to clarify any more beyond this, because this is definitely highlighting like exactly what, oh wow, what wants to come through. So let's just focus on this here. Okay. So, okay, so these two cards came out together. This Rose. And then there's also this card. It says, if you don't heal what hurt you, you'll bleed on people who didn't cut you. Basically, if you don't heal your own stuff, you'll carry that and project it onto others, or it will cause you to not see yourself or others clearly. And there will be implications to that. Basically, like hurt people, or hurt people maybe just complicate or confuse situations that wouldn't otherwise be as complex. There's something here that is, the love is undisputable, or the emotion here is undisputable, but there has also been, again, something that has needed to heal that has thrown things slightly out of a state of harmony or out of balance. And like we talked about at the very beginning, right? For the lover's connection to thrive, both involved in that connection, they need to be balanced within themselves, because it's such an intense connection that if you come together and one of you is not balanced, it's just, quite frankly, completely unsustainable, right? The intensity sometimes throws off two people that do come together in the lover's connection more or less balanced, and because it just brings things up and out of you. It will absolutely do that, right? And it forces you to look at things within yourself, not in a bad way, but so that, again, you can become more complete and whole within yourself, which is always a beautiful thing, always. Which is why this is always a gift, this kind of connection, no matter how it turns out or ends. It always gifts you so much, but it can feel quite intense and difficult in the midst of it. You and this person are taking a time out. The connection is still very much active, loud, and, you know, it's loud and in charge and proud here. I do feel like there's like an unspoken maybe loyalty here to the connection, even if you're not committed to one another. Emotionally, it feels like you kind of are, and you're committed to yourself to another, to a even greater degree because of this connection as well. It's not the only motivating force, but it is one. Partly because it has helped you to see, I think, like where there's some sort of healing around romance specifically that wanted to be seen by you. This is the other card that fell out and went under the table, and it says peace, romance, regeneration, awakening, and royalty. And then this card also came out here: expansion, alchemy, spirituality, strategy, and intelligence. It's like you're realizing that in order for there to be peace and harmony and balance, or in order for something to fully like awaken to its greatest potential and come together in a renewing and sustainable sort of way, for it to be in its exalted state, royalty, which this definitely has the potential to do or to be, there does need to be some sort of alchemical thing, like a working through of something to look at something that has hurt you in order to expand the energy. Something must be transmuted from a very spiritual sense, but there also needs to be a level of intelligent intention and strategy in how this is approached, it feels like. So that is what you are kind of looking at or investigating within yourself right now. But it just feels like the two of you are connected still, but maybe not. There's a lot that's not being expressed outwardly right now because it's being processed internally on a very deep level. Yeah, I feel like you could be dealing with another water sign. Scorpio is specifically coming up, but this could very easily be another Cancer or Pisces. It could really be. It doesn't have to be another water sign, but someone with the potential to feel very deeply. And there is a level of emotional intelligence and understanding as well that's present here. These are the last ones that I saw at the bottom of the deck, but I feel like they're very relevant. So we have this scene from Greece. You're the one that I want. Ooh, 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 honey. Pretty sure this is where he's like, it's electrifying. It's electrifying. I haven't watched Grease in so long. It's pretty good. And then there's this card. There were 2 reasons I was scared to let people in: the damage they could do and the damage they could find. Even when we think of Greece, these 2 people, they come from very different worlds, right? And while there is love there, it takes quite a bit of, it's like they come from different sides of the tracks. You know, she is like a goody, 2 shoes, very like straight edge, wholesome type. And he is, you know, a bad boy, right? One of the cool guys. So they meet in the middle, essentially, at the end, but it takes them a while to get there. They both have to look internally and basically compromise and see where their own insecurities have been holding them back from being together. And I think that that's present here with you guys as well. There's specifically some sort of fear that comes from a very valid place of already having been hurt, maybe not by one another, but just in general. And so there's damage in there that you're both, or you specifically, but I feel like both of you are aware. And you're also aware that letting someone in when the connection is this deep and intense could also end with more pain. But it's like, I think you're just seeing how willing you are to put yourself out there. But with this card, as well as these cards, it does feel like you're willing. You know that it is a process here. So there's a level of patience that's coming through as well. But I do think that these 2 cards are in reverse at the bottom of the deck. It's Michael Scott from The Office, obviously, or it's Brittany, bitch. Sorry, not Michael Scott, but Brittany. And then there's this where the soldiers are like erecting this huge flower, basically, and it makes me think of like romance. It makes me think of this, right? Taking that rose and planting it and being like, yes, I claim love, I claim romance, I boldly put myself out there and claim this and express myself, and I'm not afraid to like look like a bit of a fool doing it in the name of love. If you're not gonna look like a fool for love, then what are you gonna look like a fool for? Is my Pisces showing yet? So that's what I see. But basically, I think that past pain and just profound feeling, like this is underneath that. The most profound things are inexpressible. There is a profound amount of feeling here. And that, if anything, is what's kind of complicating it, because it's like, how do we approach this? Maybe you don't know, specifically this person, exactly how to express it because there's so much and it's so deep. But I feel like there's been a little bit like a lack of showing up super confidently, specifically to claim this love particularly. And basically what I'm seeing is right now is a time where you're each going inwards to expand and to alchemize those fears and those old wounds so that you can bring a new level of harmony and peace to your connection. And there can be like an awakening that is very regenerative or renewing, where you're both able to show up a little more clearly and fully than you were before. So that's what I'm seeing for you, Cancer. All right, babies, we are going to move on to Leo. What's up, Haley? Haley! Oh my gosh, hi. I was just thinking about you the other day. I was like, I haven't talked to Haley in forever. How are you, my love? I hope you're doing good. I fully planned on messaging you. I deleted WhatsApp a while ago, but I had to re-download it for something stupid, so I have it again now. I don't know if that's why. Yeah, I just downloaded Signal instead, which is another messaging app because it has a bit better privacy settings. And I didn't want to like get locked out of the US for making Donald Trump jokes or anything. So you never know these days. You know. That's why you couldn't connect with me. Yeah, I should be on there again though. You should be able to see me on there now. If you have my phone number, then it should show me again. But yeah, so you can hit me up on there. I have it again now. So if you do want to chat, all right. But I hope you're doing really good. Okay. But yes, it has been too long. We must convene and chat and catch up soon. Okay. Leo. Leo, Leo, Leo. Oh, wow. It's early. We must. I hope you have lots to tell me. Okay. I was just talking to someone from Australia at the beginning of this, or yeah, at the beginning of the video, and I was like, I need to visit New Zealand and Australia because I just need to go visit the cool people. So, and I was thinking of you partly when I said that. Okay, Leo. Let's see, what deck do I want to use for my Leos? Ooh, I'll use this one. Really? It's a special part of the world, yeah. That's somewhere that I've literally always wanted to go. Like when I was a teenager, it was at like the top of my list, and I don't know what. Well, I did end up going to live in Greece instead, so I think I chose that. I ended up choosing that over, but I need to go. I just really do. There's really just no reason why I haven't at this point. Your Leo heart gets this reading, yes. Okay. Lord. I'm gonna have to pick up this place. Greece is fair, yeah. I did love Greece, I'm not gonna lie. But there's a time for everything. Actually, there's like a 95% chance. It's a pretty high chance that I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling soon on that side of the globe, or the opposite side of the globe from where I am now. So I might be more of a hop, skip, and a jump away, at least. Closer than Canada anyways. So that's good. But that's to be announced, or to be determined. Okay. All right. More. All right, show me the energetic landscape or climate for Leos at this time. Okay. Interesting. Let's get one oracle card. Okay. Okay. All right, let's timestamp you and get into this a little bit. Okay, what's up, Leo? Hope you guys are doing amazingly well. And let's get into the situation that Spirit wants to highlight for you and just get some information on what's going on right now. So basically the energetic climate or landscape that's coming through to be highlighted right now, it came through as the Three of Pentacles in reverse and the Three of Wands in reverse. So threes could obviously be somewhat significant to you at this time. You could be seeing threes or like 3-3, 3-3-3, you know, 3-3-3-3. You get what I'm saying, right? And that could hold some sort of significance for you. These two cards came out clarified with this introverted card. Happy on my own, focused on myself, hermit mode, the hermit again, avoidant, do not disturb, withdrawn, inward looking, or unsociable. This is an interesting energy because it's kind of like hurry up and wait is what's sort of coming through. By the way, shout out to Lindsay once again. Lindsay, I already shouted you out for Taurus's or Taurian's reading for the other deck that you purchased me and sent. But Lindsay, my Leo babe, also sent me the Rainbow Heart Tarot. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you for your generosity. You're a beautiful person. So because the Three of Wands in reverse is like, I'm not patient. However, the Three of Pentacles in reverse is like, but I'm also not necessarily cooperating in regards to collaboration with something. So this doesn't need to be, I'm not even necessarily feeling another person. It could be someone else that is in this energy, but there doesn't really need to be. It could be just the overall energetic vibe around you where you're feeling a little bit impatient, like you want to move towards something, but it may feel, or you want to build something. It could be a relationship. It could be in regards to work or a creative endeavor. With the Three of Pentacles, it's really just like more than just you, like two or more people, a group or a community coming together, and there is the need to cooperate, to collaborate, to compromise, to bring, everybody basically puts their best foot forward and brings what they have to offer, like their greatest strength to the table, so that what is created is the best of what can come from all the parts involved, basically, so that the whole can be greater than the parts. So there's something that it's either just like you're trying to push for it, but it's not coming together, or you have been trying to push for it, but it hasn't been coming together. And so now you're in a little bit of an introspective state around it. Basically just like let's reassess. Let's have a little like powwow, and let's get back on the same page with myself and my goals, basically. I'm not getting avoidance, but I am getting like a withdrawing from the situation to look inward and not really wanting to be disturbed while you do that, because there is a focus on yourself here with this. You could be focused on yourself as well right now, specifically, instead of like, you could just be in your own lane and not completely focused on especially romantic relationships at this time. That doesn't mean that it's not something you don't want, but I'm kind of getting that for some of you, you're a little bit possessive over your desire. Like you almost don't want to get too passionate or attracted to someone because there's an anxiousness about being abandoned, and there's like a little bit of a suspicion. If this is involving somebody else and they are pulling back, then it could be someone that's very like pushing the gas, pushing the brake, pushing the gas, pushing the brake, and they could currently be pulled back. If that's the case, then I think that you're a little bit anxious and suspicious about like the space that they're taking. But I do feel like for most of you, this is you. If it's someone else, they could be slightly passive aggressive towards love. Even if it's you, because of a nervousness about healing a wound surrounding self-worth. But I kind of feel like that's being looked at regardless, even if it's something that would rather be avoided, whether that's you or somebody else in that energy. So let's just see. Is there anything else that wants to come up about that? It almost feels like a pause, but for the sake of moving forwards more powerfully once you do start moving again. Okay, I think that's all that wants to be said about that. There's something, though, that's a little bit stressful about it. Let's see what your energy is here. Like how you're approaching or engaging with this energetic climate or landscape. Because this is just kind of like the energetic weather right now, right? It's not like totally determining. It's not your whole energetic embodiment. It's just one area that's being affected right now that wants to be looked at. Okay, so show me Leo. This needs to be shuffled a little more. Whoever this is, though, whether it's you or somebody else, primarily, they're receiving a lot of communication from themselves about themselves, specifically about like their fears and the ways in which they would need to get out of their own way, out of their own head, in order to open their heart more. So it's kind of like their head and their heart may not completely be on the same level right now, even or page, even if they want them to be. And so they're trying to reconcile that. Yeah. It kind of fell out sideways, but the Ace of Wands is there too. there's like a balancing, a tempering, a harmonizing internally of energy, of your energy. It does make me think that this is you because of that energy that I had coming through about being a little bit possessive over your desire. The Ace of Wands is that energy. It's life force energy, sexual energy, desire, passion, creation, inspiration, conviction from the spirit, that kind of thing. So there's this energy of coming back to yourself to try to like balance that out, because there's a lot of it for something. You have a lot of passion for something, but you're wanting to come at it from like a balanced, you're wanting to take a balanced and sustainable approach, it feels like, towards whatever this is. And so it's almost this energy of not repressing what you're feeling, but what's the word that I'm trying to say? Like moderation, basically, in how you let it out of you. So not just like opening the floodgates and like tsunamiing your desire and feelings towards something, or not like putting your absolute like all into a project or something in a non-sustainable way, but playing the long game essentially a little bit. And that requires you to come at this from an intentional and balanced place. I heard game plan as well. What's this? Okay. It could also be that for some of you, something that you did have a lot of passion and desire for, I'm seeing this as being something that is already like past. It didn't come into being, and it's something that you're still processing and working through a bit. Specifically, I feel like you could have been really hard on yourself about this not coming together the way that you wanted to. You could have like really blamed yourself, and that could have affected your self-worth. Like some self-worth issues that were already somewhat in place could have been like essentially poked and irritated by something not coming together. If we're taking that approach, then it's you taking some time out because you know that you're slightly like defensive in a way against love, and even really truly losing yourself to passionate desire for something, because you did maybe that with this, and it effed you up a little bit because it didn't come together. So if that's the case, then it's like you tried for something, but it's like it just did not work, and now that thing is not an option on your horizon. Like you're not seeing it as a possibility anymore. So you're taking a bit of a time out to rebalance, restabilize, and like integrate lessons and things that you've learned, things that this situation taught you about yourself, basically, so that you can take an approach that is a little more successful next time. But the cards that came out from the Oracle deck to clarify this Temperance and Ace of Wands. Okay, so the first one. Everything happens for a reason. Sometimes that reason is you're stupid and make bad choices. Okay. Shots lovingly fired. I made this deck with me in mind, so just remember that. Whenever a card comes out that feels like a personal attack, remember that I put it in here with the intention of attacking myself, okay? Not you. I needed something that really hit, you know? So the other one is this quote from Fight Club. Amazing book, also amazing film. Only after disaster can we be resurrected. It's only after you've lost everything that you're free to do anything. Nothing is static. Everything is evolving. Everything is falling apart. Everything is falling apart to fall together. Change is the only constant, right? So there is something that you kind of feel like got demolished, or maybe was a bit of a disaster, or not like destroyed you, but there's something that you lost that felt like somewhat of a big loss. Maybe even if it was something that you never fully held, it's like then you had seen the potential or the future of that thing and gotten somewhat attached to it. But I do feel like something that's being highlighted now is that this is not true, first of all. This is true. Everything happens for a reason. That's true. This is not. I mean, in this particular situation, I don't think that that is true. Sometimes this is fully true. But I don't feel that in this particular situation. I feel like this is the way that you judged yourself surrounding a situation here. And you may have even you may have even framed it lovingly, but it's making me think of this meme that I have on my phone. And it's like, be nicer to yourself, you stupid bitch. Like that's what, and it's like, you cannot like hate yourself or rip yourself apart into a better version of yourself. You can't like blame and shame yourself and then somehow do better next time, because you're basically like, you're not healing, you're further hurting yourself by doing that, right? Like radical acceptance of self and showing yourself unconditional love so that you can heal and integrate and do better. That's kind of the only way. There's not really a shortcut. You can't beat yourself up into being a better version of yourself, or at least it's not sustainable. Like you're probably going to crash out, because it's not actually coming from a place of believing in yourself. It's coming from a place of motivating yourself through essentially, tearing yourself down. So I don't know how extreme that got for you, but be nice to yourself, you stupid bitch. No, I'm just kidding. Be nice to yourself, please, you beautiful, loving creatures, you. But the thing is, I think that you're kind of coming around to this realization now, like, oh, maybe something happened for a reason to show me that there is a part of me that is actually indestructible. It's like that quote that is like, it's part of a much longer quote, but the part that's pretty famous is like, I found in me an indestructible summer, basically. But it's like through going through winter after winter, I found in me, or I witnessed in myself, that infinite summer. Basically the warmth that I carry within myself that can never be taken away. I want to see if I can find that quote. I know that it's on my phone somewhere. I can't remember who. Well, this is a different quote, but it's sort of the same thing. Only to the extent that we expose ourselves over and over to annihilation can that which is indestructible be found in us. That's not the quote I was looking for, but it's similar sort of energy, right? I'm gonna find that quote though. Okay, yeah, it's by Albert Camus. It is from an essay that he wrote in 1954. So, where's the longer quote? Full quote. Because there's a lot more to it. Okay. Within me. Yes. Here we go. So it says, okay, yeah, this is definitely relevant. It says, "My dear, in the midst of hate, I found there was within me an invincible love. In the midst of tears, I found there was within me an invincible smile. In the midst of chaos, I found there was within me an invincible calm. I realized through it all that in the midst of winter, I found there was within me an invincible summer. And that makes me happy, for it says that no matter how hard the world pushes against me, within me there's something stronger, something better pushing right back." It's beautiful. You might want to even screenshot that. I don't know why, but I just feel like it's like some of you need this. Some of you need to hear that reminder. I see that someone is saying hi from Ireland. Oh, what's up, Gabby? How are you, my love? Internal summer is a beautiful concept. Yeah, right? And it comes from the warmth of the heart, and you rule the heart. So you understand this quite well, Leo. And I really love that for you, because this is you just kind of coming home to your energetic baseline in that space where you're like, oh, right, I got it twisted for a second. Like I was being hard on myself and I forgot that everything happens for a reason. And when something doesn't turn out my way, maybe part of that reason is just to highlight in me what, regardless of what doesn't go my way, what can actually never be stolen from me. Because it's something that I balance, sustain, and cultivate in my heart and soul. And no one can ever steal that from me. So it feels like there's the cultivation of, not even the cultivation, but the recognition, the remembrance of, and the returning to a harmonized state of peace within yourself, rather than potentially beating yourself up over something that didn't really fully coming together. Okay, is there anything else that wants to come through for Leo? I feel like that's the main message that you needed to be reminded of, because you're phasing out one very different way of thinking about this for a much more empowered, much more authentic to you, it feels like, way of perceiving it. I think you kind of just needed validation. At least that's what I'm getting, because when I said that, I felt like this relief, like a lifting of the energy from my heart space, like off my chest almost. Yeah. Ooh, it's like I didn't realize that I almost was like, I was breathing, but it was, It's like you can breathe again after you allow yourself to basically let yourself off the hook. Because when things don't work out, I hesitate to say this with like, nothing is completely black and white, but I really don't think that it's necessarily someone's fault when things don't work out. I feel like more often it's just a misalignment or a timing thing, or it's just something is not for you, you know? It's not because you're wrong or you're not good enough or you're stupid and make bad choices, although sometimes we are stupid and make poor life decisions. Questionable at best. I know how to do it better than anyone almost, but you know, is there anything else? Yeah. There is this sense of like, I can choose to see something as like I lost something and I'm out in the cold, but I can also choose a different path. I can choose the path of remembering who the hell I am. Because the Queen of Pentacles, she knows her worth. She knows her value and she acts accordingly. She doesn't shit on herself when things don't go her way. She doesn't take it personally. because it's not. It's not. But I do feel like with these colors, these are standing out to me again. This is where I'm going to leave your message. But with the blues and the yellow, it's making me think of your third eye and throat chakra with the blues, but impacting. It's like the way that you are seeing, thinking, embodying, and expressing yourself is going to be building up your confidence with the solar plexus again with that yellow. But it's like, see the darker blue with the third eye in the middle? I feel like this introversion state, it's almost like you are protecting what it is that you're looking into, because you're looking quite profoundly into yourself or into your own heart. You're looking to find the truth of what you really feel about yourself. And I don't think that you're going to be disappointed in that. I've never known a Leo that didn't have a beautiful heart and soul, that was not like inspiring and passionate in some form. So I feel pretty confident in saying that you also most likely land in those categories. Sometimes it's ironically us, though, that have the most difficult time seeing that, and I definitely understand that. You're still human after all. But it's almost like you're protecting what you're seeing, but the more that your confidence grows, the more that you're going to express from this space of seeing yourself clearly. And I feel like that's coming. You're just taking this time to basically like recalibrate with the truth of who you know you are. That's what I see. Okay. I love that. So that is Leo. We are going to move on to Virgo now. What's going on here? Rocks, what's up? You were thinking how you resonated with the message while you're also texting your stepmom, Gabby. Aw. You made it before Virgo. Are you a Virgo sun, Gabby? That was delightful. Good. Well, it's just reflecting back the delight that is you guys. So I don't, I'm not in control of the cards that come out, and the energy doesn't lie. So, Spirit's just like, let me just validate my brave-hearted lions out there. I'm here for it because I love ya. All right, let's move on to Virgo. I'm literally going to be awake until like 5 a.m. doing this reading. I was awake until 5 a.m. like the last 3 nights not doing a reading, so, we're okay. Love the night shift circadian rhythm. Yeah. What's up, Shauna? You already know. I was already telling you guys that I'm like awake until all hours these days. It's when I get the most accomplished. Like I really do kind of like channeling and working at night. It's a different vibe. It's an intimacy that is not, it's an intimacy that's not present during the day. Even when you're like talking to people at night, right? The lights tend to be a little dimmer. People like lean in and speak, sometimes with more intention or more intimacy. And it's a vibe. It's a vibe that I'm here for. Okay. Virgo. What's going on, guys? You're just getting ready to turn in and pleasantly surprised. I am here. But don't stay awake for me if your sleep schedule is not calibrated with my like nocturnal creature vibes. But I'm happy that you're here. You're sidereal. Okay, yeah. Virgo, tropical, Libra. Nice. I think that the only Virgo I have is my South Node, I want to say. Oh no, my MC is also Virgo. I have a lot of Virgos around me, though. Specifically, I've had so many. Oh, okay, there you are. Speak of the little sexy devils there. You and your adorable little cloak. Specifically, like, some of my best friends in the whole world have been Virgos. I guess it makes sense because I'm a Pisces, and so maybe I just attract my sister sign, but I do really love Virgo energy. I also feel like you guys are way funnier than anyone gives you credit for. I don't know if I've just known, like... No, I feel like it's not. I think that it's maybe that it's like a dry... that it's like a sarcastic humor. I don't know. Maybe that's not all of you. It's an intelligent humor. I think that that's kind of what it is. But it's like you guys are so intelligent that you can also laugh at like really stupid shit too. So it's like the whole range, and I just appreciate it. Honestly. I love me some Virgos. Virgo power. Okay. One more shuffle. Okay. Let's see. Still hot. I don't know though if actually I have an idea. Okay, might not. There we go. Nobody needs to be having that vantage point. When you say Libra, oh my gosh. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Venus, Chiron, North Node, NMC. Well, you ain't fucking around now, are ya? In sidereal, or Vedic, I'm a Libra rising instead of Scorpio rising. One second, Virgo. Okay. Okay, let's see here. That is a hell of a lot of Libra, though. Similar to Caps, maybe not quite as dry. I would say you can still read dry humor. Like nothing would get past you as a Virgo. But at the same time, I feel like you're more likely to have more of like a span of humor. Not that Capricorns aren't also pretty freaking hilarious. That's just from my personal experience, what I've witnessed so far. Okay. That's definitely the one that wants to be seen. Okay. I love you, Shauna. Thank you. Okay. Let's see. What? Oh. me being a Libra rising, I'm trying to I'm trying to master my master. I feel like for me anyways, the way that I somewhat read it is that Western is like a little bit more like the very human, or even like our more reflective of like our ego or our humanity, and Vedic is a little bit more like karmic, dharmic, higher soul path, like that sort of thing. So I feel like Vedic is something we kind of like have to work to like rise up into a little bit more, and the only way is through mastering somewhat the ego, so that then you're integrating the ego and you can have the best of both, right? You can choose what you want to embody when, basically. So I'm trying to do that. Okay, this is healing. Okay. Okay, let's see. All right, Virgo, let us let's see what's going on for you. Okay, hello my Virgos. I hope that you're doing excellent as always. You know that I love ya. All right, so let's just dive right in and see what wants to be highlighted in your current kind of energetic climate, and how you are engaging with and responding to that, and just what spirit or your guides or higher self wants to bring through about that for your highest and best good. So the card that came out surrounding your current energetic landscape is the High Priestess in reverse. I'm just going to show you the card in the upright a little so you can check out this baddie. I love how she has the moon that's like a slice of the sky behind her. And she has a third eye. Okay. The High Priestess, this card is associated with the moon. Not the moon from the tarot, but like the actual moon. So, but in reverse, it oftentimes talks about disclosure. Like being honest about something that you have, or revealing something maybe that you have previously chosen to keep a little bit tight to, like, close to your chest, basically. I'm hearing like show your cards, but this could even be to yourself, like something. If it's with yourself, then it's kind of like an admission coming through as an admission to yourself, but it's somewhat of an emotional or intuitive admission. If it's you revealing something from like to yourself, then basically I feel as though it's something that is coming up from your own emotional, intuitive, or even subconscious internal landscape. So this could even be something that is being somewhat revealed to you in dreams. But these cards came out to clarify, which are a little intense. So it's disgusted and abused. Okay. So disgusted says appalled, outraged, shocked, angered, shocking behavior, get away from me. And abused, playing mind games with me, used, treading on eggshells around you, silent treatment, and aggressive outbursts. Okay, well, we're gonna need some more info on that. I just want to know So specifically, is this someone else? I don't really feel like it. I don't feel like for most of you this is someone else revealing something, although it could land that way for most of you, though I'm just getting that's not really the case. I think that for many of you in the past, you have gone through something, and it doesn't need to be like disgust and abuse are pretty strong vocabulary, right? So it doesn't need to necessarily be something that was like you were in a narcissistic relationship or someone was, physically or emotionally abusive. And if they were, then I'm really sorry that you experienced that. Because no one should have to deal with that kind of behavior or treatment. But I do think that there's something that you are revisiting and you're seeing differently. But it's almost like you're able to process it more deeply because you're coming out of a phase where, so like when something does really shock us or outrage us, or even if something, especially if something traumatic happens when we are, like something that has a very deep effect on us, especially when we don't have the ability to fully like work through and process that. Sorry, Harley's making me laugh. Then when we can't process that, we push it down and we repress it, and it comes back up for processing later, usually from our subconscious, right? It basically gets pushed down into the shadow, into our unconscious, until we do have the capacity to deal with that. So it could be that something that was a little bit shocking and that happened to you a while ago, like someone specifically really behaving horribly or treating you quite terribly, someone just being abusive in some way, in that they were manipulative, playing games. You felt like you had to, lessen yourself or walk on eggshells or be just it basically behavior that did not allow you to be yourself in your most, like, you to honor yourself, essentially, is what I'm seeing here. And it's like now you are far enough, for some of you, out of the situation that you actually have the ability to process it more fully. And now that you're looking at it from the vantage point of where you're standing now, you're like, the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, you're like, what the actual hell was that? Now that I come back to it, what? What? It's almost like that point that you get to where you're like, I'm trying to heal, but I just can't believe I let a mother effer do me like that. You almost get to that point where like the full outrage, like it's like you get past the shock factor and then you are a little bit disgusted with someone's behavior, or the anger is allowed to come out next, right? First it's like shock and disbelief, and then it might be like anger and disgust, and then usually later comes like the actual pain, like the woundedness. Usually anger is and disgust like lead, if you trace it down to the root, it's coming from a place of feeling exploited or hurt, like used, like this says. So let's get a little bit more though. Is this mostly Virgo, like this being revealed from within Virgo to Virgo more deeply? Yeah, that's what I thought. And it's interesting the purpose of this coming up, Virgo, because for most of you, this is something that you're just processing it more deeply now, like I said before, because you have the ability to. You either are in a safer environment or atmosphere so that you actually have the privacy and like you feel safe and grounded enough to like open this back up and work through it. But the Six of Wands and the Six of Discs or Pentacles, 6 might be a significant number for you at this time. They're both here in the upright. Whatever this is, it did have an effect on you. And I think that it's impacted the way that you, like, how much you believe, how much faith you have essentially in success within equally balanced, reciprocal, regulated in a healthy sort of way relationships. There could be something coming up where you want to be able to give more of yourself, or maybe you can't quite tell if you're part of the problem, because you could be coming up, I'm getting for some of you, you're coming up against this, like, it's being reflected back to you in numerous relationships, like somewhat of a lack of, either a lack of success, something just feels like it's not working or it's harder than it should be. But this for some of you is not something happening now. It's like a pattern that's repeated in the past, and now you're looking at it because you don't want it to repeat. You want something that feels more balanced and healthy to you. You want something that feels more like success, in that you feel genuinely seen and honored and considered within something in a way that you certainly didn't in the past. And you could feel like now there's something that you either want to move forwards with more of an openness overall in your life, or there could be something or someone specific that you want to move forwards with. And it's kind of forcing you to reconcile this so that you can take yourself out of a bit of a, not stagnancy, but like the hanged man energy. Like you've kind of been hanging around, like maybe something has been somewhat on hold or like plateaued. But I feel like what's actually being revealed to you, what's been hiding under the moon, is that you haven't been leaping out into something new because there's been a huge transmutation or transformation of energy happening internally. That is actually what is allowing you to now look more closely, more honestly with yourself at this. It's the massive amount of evolution that you've already done, but you might not be focused on that right now, because if you're looking at this, or this is what's coming up, it could be kind of hard to look at, essentially. But that is why it's coming up. It's coming up because there's something that you need to reconcile before you can move forwards in a different way, before you can like leave these painful energies behind and move forwards with the ability to be open and trust something new, maybe. So let's get a little more information on you, your approach and your energy towards this. Someone's ego in the past could have been really involved. And they could have specifically been like manipulative or abusive or toxic or just imbalanced, right? In the sense that, I know I'm getting for some of you, they used silence. With the Six of Wands and the Six of Pentacles, it's almost giving like, giving scraps and making it seem like it's almost like a warped reward system a little bit. Like using silence, weaponizing silence or the silent treatment, but never, like kind of in a passive aggressive way. Like if you disappointed them, then they would just pull back but not explain, or like throw the energetic exchange off. It was very based on their ego though, and like the need to control the dynamic in some sort of way, but it was obviously not healthy. So again, even if it wasn't like outright, like I said before, like abuse is a pretty strong word, so don't take that if that's not your reality. Okay, show me more about Virgo within this situation here, please. The Nine of Pentacles. F yeah. Okay. So you're feeling better. You're feeling better, which is why you're able to address, like, it's your own security and stability that you've reached again within yourself that is allowing you to look at what was so not in a state of harmony or so untempered or imbalanced in the past. It's because you're standing on solid ground and your feet are firm and you know who you are, you know your own worth, and you've been honoring yourself. And that's why you can see this so clearly. Like, oh, that was really some bullshit back there. And now I can see it much clearer because I've gotten some distance from it and I'm treating myself the way I deserve to be treated. Something could have presented itself as like a reflection, a clear reflection of you. But then, like, it's like, it's interesting too, because there's 6, 6, and then 2, 2. Like, their numbers are coming out in pairs, which is interesting. It's making me think of someone like mirroring you back at you, but not naturally, intentionally. And that does unfortunately make me somewhat think of narky behavior, because they sometimes do that when they're love bombing. They basically reflect you back at you. And you think that you've met someone that is a very, like, a good match, or someone who's truly aligned or gets you and sees you. And then the more you get into it, the more you realize that that was false. They kind of use it to excite you and hook you at the beginning, but really it's not sustainable. But I think that you are, you're looking at this so that you can genuinely nail down what you believe is, like, what is truly just and fair for you. It's like looking from a place of personal security at what was not so that in contrast you can re-outline or redefine what is. So yeah, that's what I feel. Let's get an oracle card to clarify this though a little bit. Okay. This is the card that came out. So she's saying, I don't really have much to say. But then in her mind, it's like everything in the whole wide fucking world to say. So it's like, see how much of her mind that is taking up as well? It's like a book that is like this fat, and it's like things I didn't say that I wish that I would have said. You know, that's kind of the energy that I'm getting. So there's something maybe especially annoying about this, because this could be a situation where you feel like because you didn't, like, you were somewhat shocked or thrown off by the initial behavior that, or whatever the circumstances were. It's almost like you're feeling now that you didn't really respond in a way that is like aligned with what happened to you, or what, I don't like using that terminology because it's just not that things never happen to us, that's not it. Like, I don't want to not validate the experience, but I just like framing it in a slightly less, like a slightly more empowered, less like victim-y mindset type of way, even though sometimes we are victims to injustice and abuse, right? The thing is, the important thing is not that you didn't get to tell someone off or tell them about themselves or like really express like how express your anger or express how messed up that was directly to someone. It's important that you're expressing it to yourself now. That's the most important thing. Essentially, you're creating closure for yourself rather than needing to have that validated through seeking it out elsewhere. And that's what's allowing you to process and bring yourself back into balance. You already look like you're doing pretty well, though, honestly. It's just there could be something that kind of like still throws you off when you think about this, but I think it's because you're just mad. And there's almost this sense of like, that took something from me. Like, whether it was like, that just wasted my friggin' time, or like, I feel exploited or used in some sort of way. Like, that is very valid. But just understand that nothing was actually, like, none of your worth or value was actually stolen from you in a way that you can't choose to simply embody again. And that doesn't mean, or that you can't build back up within yourself. And that's speaking from as someone who has been through a highly abusive relationship and has had and still has PTSD from it, which is something that you have to work through most days, honestly. You have to somewhat be aware of it, because things that you would not expect to trigger. So, but it's not about returning to the scene of the crime, because you're not ultimately going to get what you're looking for there anyways, right? Because someone who behaves that way and treats others that way, the likelihood of them admitting their wrongdoing or changing, it's not impossible, but it's more unlikely than it is likely, I would say. It doesn't mean that it can't happen. I'm a firm believer that people can change, but usually when you get to the point of outright like mistreating and abusing another person, you've got some shit to work through, right? Like, it's gonna take some effort to, yeah. I'm just saying, at one point I thought that there was none of me left. Like, I thought that that situation had taken me from me and I would never be me again, honestly. I was like, what is even the point of even being here anymore? Like, I'm never gonna be myself again. And now I'm more myself than I've ever been. You can always come home to yourself again, Virgo, always. But I do think that it's important for you to honor the full span of feelings around this. Like, it's important for you to be pissed off if that's what you're feeling. It's important for you to hold radical acceptance in this safe container that is you, for you to reveal to you your honest feelings about this now that you feel secure and confident enough to look at that, or subconsciously something inside of you knows that you're ready for that. Yeah, you're ready to heal this. The star. Aww. Pluto in Aquarius, I don't know where that's transiting for you specifically in your chart, but that could be revolutionizing you in some way, and really like activating some quite profound healing, which I love so much. But that's what I see for you, Virgo. Yeah, that's all that wants to come through. You're going to build something that's solid. You're going to be able to actually lay a more solid foundation through having experienced what you did experience, because I know this is a blatant like oversimplification of your experience, but knowledge is fucking power, babe. Knowledge is power. And while this may have royally sucked, and no one is disputing that, you're learning a lot about yourself. You're coming home to yourself even more firmly. So the likelihood of this happening to you again is far less. And yeah, Harley. That's what I see for you, Virgo. I love you so much. I'm sorry that you had to experience whatever it is that you experienced, because that looks like some fuckery to the nth degree. But oh, healing is literally at the bottom of the deck when I picked it up. In a state of healing, regaining strength, downtime, self-care, putting yourself first. Do that as long as you need, okay? But don't hide yourself and your beauty and all that you contribute to the world forever. Because we need you. We need to see. We need to see a beautiful Virgo self. No one does it like you, so we need you. All right. Who's that I hear? It's Harley Boop. It's the Harley Boop. She already made a little cameo. She's so cute. She's so cute. I love her so much. All right. We're moving on to Libra. I think she's the only cat that's inside right now, which is interesting because it might be raining. Actually, you guys, I'm going to just run upstairs really quickly to the door that the cats come to, like when it is stormy outside, because the other two, Milo and Casper, in case you were wondering, they're outside, I'm pretty sure, and it's been raining for like a week straight. So I just don't know. I can't tell from here if it is, but it does feel kind of cold coming through the window, the air. So I'm just gonna go see if they want to come back in and pour myself slightly more coffee, and I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes at the most, okay? And then we'll continue on with this. I just want to make sure that they're not super cold. So I'll be right back. Harley, where are you, boo? Where are you? I hear you. What's going on? Oh, there you are. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. It wasn't exactly. Okay, it's really funny. So Harley is a social eater. Harley is the cat, by the way. One of the cats. In case you're just joining us here. Harley's a social eater, and usually her and I are the only ones awake in nocturnal hours, and I also love to snack at night. So usually she likes to like she'll always eat when the other cats eat, but because her and I are the only ones awake at night, she will come get me, like meow at me until I go, and then she'll just lead me to her food dish and then just start eating, but then every once in a while make sure that I'm still watching. make sure that I'm still present to witness. And so that's what she wanted. She just needed me to watch her eat. So my apologies, but that's duty calls. So that's where I was. She might still come meow at me and be mad because I kind of like snuck away while she was eating. Usually she gets a little angry if I don't stay the whole time. She might come down and get angry, but that's okay. That's what we were up to. Okay. Libra. Let's see what's going on for my Librans. Yeah, let's use this one. Okay. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 11? I didn't bring enough decks down for all 12 signs. Interesting. Okay. After Libra, I'll go grab one more deck for Scorpio from upstairs. I'm like, why is there not... Why are there not 12 decks? Well, Lisa, that's because you did not bring 12 decks down. She and Hermes would be besties with their social eating. Is he also a social eater? Hermes. Aww. Give him and Freya little kitty kisses for me. What's up, hey? Libra moon. I really love that placement when you guys have it figured out and you're yeah, it's a beautiful placement. I feel like when you know who you are, even when you're figuring it out, it's still pretty beautiful. I like that placement. All right. What's going on for my beautiful Librans? Is it weird that it's the middle of the actual night and I just have so much more energy than I would if I was doing this during the day? Night chart. Hello. Blatant night chart. There's definitely something about Virgo energy, though, or Virgo season, because I'm pretty sure that the Hermit card has made itself very known in every sign. I'm pretty sure it's come up or come out. But so, all right, what's going on for Libra? Show me their current energetic climate. What is it important for them to see and to gain insight into at this time? Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm going to turn my screen brightness way down, so I'll talk to you guys on the other side of the Libra reading, but my computer is overheating. Okay, well, what was that? The Devil in reverse flew off the bottom of the deck. Okay, noted. Excuse me. All right, give me an oracle card. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Let's timestamp you. Okay. Hello, Libra. You beautiful, exquisite beings, you. I hope that you're doing excellent. So let's see what's going on here for you. We're going to look at just your overall sort of energetic landscape, climate, weather currently, and then we'll see how you are kind of engaging with or approaching that and what else wants to be highlighted by your spirit team or your guides, okay? All right, so what came out as the energetic weather of the moment, and this doesn't have to be in your life overall, it can just be in one specific area, obviously, so take it how it resonates for you, okay? But it's the Queen of Wands in reverse with the Seven of Pentacles. I also pulled some oracle cards to clarify here a little bit. And Desire and Enlightened came out. Desire, when it fell out, flipped into the reverse and landed on the Queen of Wands in reverse. What is she doing up there? I can hear Harley raising hell up there. I know she's the only cat or dog that's inside right now, so it's definitely her. So Desire, it says sexual attraction, lust, temptation, hunger, passion, hot and beautiful. Well, is this Libra? Yes. Yeah. This is how you... Okay, it's somewhat indicative of how you've been feeling about yourself, and there's something that is being enlightened or coming up for you to gain more comprehension around it. The Queen of Wands in reverse is someone who is not really comfortable with her life force energy, her desire. There's essentially a little bit of an insecurity there surrounding that. Whether it is that she's had... Okay, so oftentimes it's pretty specific vibes with the Queen of Wands. It can be like she's had a lot projected onto her because of her nature, right? That she no longer trusts her own desire, her own passion, her own essentially like full embodiment and expression of her beauty and her natural magnetism, but it's usually because that's been weaponized against her or other people haven't trusted it. Um, Good night, my love. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for hanging out, though. Get a good sleep if you can. Okay. So that's what I feel like from that. But I really like that the Seven of Pentacles is here. In the upright with enlightenment, or enlightened in the upright as well. And the purple here, it's kind of showing me that this came from a very like root chakra kind of place. So it was probably something physical or like a direct engagement that you had with others, like I said, projecting onto you or something like that. But this is more spiritual. It's not that it's more profound necessarily, but it's just a different energy. It's investing into this in a different way, which I do think is what's needed, because this energy here, like investing into your physical energy, there is something that wasn't completely getting worked through or faced necessarily in the most productive way. Not to say that that wasn't helpful a little bit, but I think that there's something that you haven't been trusting surrounding yourself and your, specifically this kind of energy, again, like life force energy, sexual energy, passion, desire, inspiration. Okay, there's something coming through about it being at odds with, or you seeing, you perceiving like the energy of desire and the energy of like virtue as kind of opposing one another, essentially. So if you're seeing like virtue as like something like your beliefs, morals, values, your conscious self that acts out of intention based on your own moral code, your virtues, right? And then desire as like the more primal instinct, or what could be the unconscious or the shadow, right? It's almost like, because you've had experiences where this has been distorted, you weren't seeing clearly how they can work together in tandem in a healthy way, basically. Or there was some sort of insecurity around that for you, I feel like. But you're working through that now through essentially becoming enlightened about this in a different way. Like you're seeing it from a more spiritual or intuitive or even like a higher perspective. And again, that doesn't make it that perspective, the spiritual perspective, less vital than the more grounded perspective that you've had on this. But this is more what you're invested in now, and it's really serving you. So enlightened says new perspective, better understanding, matured wake-up call, and realizations. So this could be a couple different things. I feel like it's more that it is you're becoming enlightened in where you can invest, like where healthy investments would be for you to make, essentially, to realign yourself and feel more tempered and balanced, like these different parts of yourself essentially integrating and not feeling so oppositional. Because I was going to say the other interpretation could be you've been enlightened in like ways that things you've been invested in that have just kind of agitated this. But I feel like that probably would have come out more as like this, like an unhealthy investment that was causing that. It still could be the case for some of you, but it's still healthy the way that you're recognizing it now, because it feels like you're able to approach it and make a shift, make an intentional change from a place of presence and knowing more, because you're seeing it in a different light. So you've sort of processed through the insecurity, fear in that kind of like very, maybe in a somatic way in your body, or even from an emotional place. And now you're kind of seeing the maybe like the lesson in it or what the situation has really offered. Yeah, and that remember the devil in reverse flew out. I forgot until I saw it at the bottom of the deck again, but it's allowing you to break out of a pattern that was essentially extending this insecurity and maybe drawing more experiences in that are of that same pattern until you learned the lesson and liberated yourself from it. Whatever was kind of causing this a little bit, or like poking it in an uncomfortable way. Wow. Okay, show me more about Libra, their current energy and approach towards the situation here. That was very fast. Excuse me. The Three of Pentacles in reverse. For a lot of you, in order to fight for yourself, you're giving up your investment towards something else. Like you're no longer cooperating with something that either was making you feel insecure because it was making you only feel like making you feel like only a specific part of you was worth anything or valuable, specifically maybe like sexually or your magnetic or attractive elements, like something quite superficial. And it's not to say that you're not gorgeous, stunning, beautiful, sexy, all of these things, magnetic. You are Venusian ruled, so you are. But there's so much more to you than that. There's so much intelligence, there's so much kindness, there's so much just consideration for the world around you and beauty and like artistic sense that you bring to the world that we need. And so basically I see you just not choosing to, basically revoking your investment from one thing that highlights the Queen of Wands in reverse and the Empress in reverse, or basically does not reflect or represent your true worth and value that you know you hold. Whether someone else sees it or not is a them problem. That is not an accurate reflection of who you are. It's their problem if they can't see it clearly. And it's also their loss. So I feel like, although, you know, it's not, I recognize that it's not always the easiest to get to that point of empowerment and seeing it like that. Like we do tend to take things personally, and rejection or people who specifically like exploit one part and then like devalue other parts, that just sucks. It sucks to have that done to you. But basically I see you becoming enlightened on like, okay, where can I revoke or like raise the price of what it costs to access my energy? Because I've clarified the true worth of my energy. And then you're like, where can I put that energetic investment from a place of enlightenment and liberation instead? Basically, how can I pull my energy back, reinvest it in myself, and therefore kind of transmute and turn something that was maybe once a curse into even a bit of a blessing, because I'm extracting the lesson from it now, and I'm saving myself time and energy by not fighting for something that's not aligned with me or willing to work with me or see me for all that I am, and hold space for all that I am, not just the beautiful or attractive parts either, but loving you for exactly who you are. Or you're not getting defensive against it. You're either not fighting for something like that, or you're not allowing it to get under your skin, or both simultaneously. And overall, I just really love that energy. It's the only upright cards in the spread so far are these ones. And that is beautiful. That's showing me that you are simply not giving anymore to things that feed or reflect this, because it's not a true reflection. It's distorted. But you don't need to allow someone else's distortion to impact your perception of yourself. And for Librans, I do think that's a really important lesson to learn. I mean, it is for all of us. But Libra, you're so relational, you're so diplomatic, you do consider others. And sometimes too much, you know? Sometimes you can be nice to people who are not. And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I don't think that I would ever say that offering kindness to anyone is bad necessarily. But maybe when it comes at the expense of your own sense of self-worth is where we need to at least have healthy boundaries, so that we're not what's the word I'm looking for? So that something's not like just eating away at us, you know? There's a word I'm trying to think of, and I'm like, it starts with a D. Well, that's great. That doesn't help me too much. But it's just something like picking you apart, basically. Your belief in yourself, your perception of yourself, and that just doesn't need to happen. And usually anyone outside of you that would do that, what's really being reflected is not your lack of worth, but it's that other person's ability to see their own worth. And so then oftentimes then like your love for yourself becomes like something that they see as a threat because they don't love themselves, right? So I guess I just want to say that other people's actions and behavior towards you are 100% a reflection of their relationship internally with themselves. And although people's behavior oftentimes feels very personal, I can promise you that it's not. Most of the time, it is 100% about that person and not about you, especially when someone's not able to treat you in accordance with like, someone's not able to treat you well. That's a them thing that's prohibiting them from doing that. Let's see if we can get you an oracle card to clarify this a little bit more. Throat, so I'm gonna okay, it's better. I love this. I love this. I love this, and I love you. This is so you. This is a very clear message, so I'm not even gonna like go much further into it. Libra. This right here is case in point why it is important to not overextend to the point that you lose perspective on yourself. Because the virtues and beliefs and values that you carry, the consideration that you do give to others, it's very important. It's a specific kind of goodness that we need in this world. We need it. And every zodiac sign has that specific gift that they offer, that their energy offers. But for you, it's like that sense of justice. We cannot stay silent about things that actually matter. And what do you believe matters? Well, you're very relational. Make people feel good about themselves, right? Like someone treating you this way would probably bother you because it's just something that a healthy Libran would be kind of appalled by. Like, you would not understand or ever want to make someone feel this way about themselves, right? So maybe you're realizing the healing power that you have, that people really do remember the way that you make them feel. No matter how they choose to respond to that, it does stick with people. It has an effect. And whether you see that effect from the surface or not, what matters is that you're honoring the beautiful gift that you bring to this world. And you just kind of have to believe that it is having an effect. It is creating positive change, whether you see it or not. At your very core, you can't stay silent about things that really matter. And people matter to you. And the way that, the impression that you leave them with matters to you. So I think that by gaining this perspective and understanding more where your energy is most effectively placed, both like in considering and emphasizing a focus on self and self-love and self-nurturing, but also then like where can you invest in a way that these beautiful gifts that you offer do have the full impact that they're meant to have? I think that that's kind of what you're looking at right now. So that's what I have for you, Libra. I really love that. I love how, like, you this is. I think that it's the two together just highlight something that's very, very beautiful about you specifically, and I love that. All right, we're moving on to Scorp. My Scorps. Okay. How are you guys doing? Good morning, Christina. What's up? You keep saying that the looks are the least of me. Yeah. There's a card that I have. I think that it's actually in Big Mama in this deck. But it's like, you're absolutely gorgeous, and that's the least interesting thing about you. And I genuinely believe that that applies to everybody. I mean, really, like, things get more interesting the deeper you go, right? And someone's looks, I mean, you're judging the book by the cover. You're looking at the most superficial. Not that there's anything wrong with witnessing and like seeing the value in the superficial, as in just like I mean superficial not as like a negative term necessarily, just like the most surface level, right? But people are so interesting that it's just such a waste when you don't bother to go further than that. Maybe it's the Scorpio rising in me talking, but I can't imagine like not exploring the depths of somebody. There's just so much to see and so much to love and so much to witness and learn and fall in love with, right? It's okay. I need to go grab a deck for Scorpio because I picked one for everybody else. Scorpio, do you not need a message tonight? Do you want me to just go over to Sagittarius? Are you guys doing okay? I'm just gonna run upstairs and I will grab a deck and I'll be back in 1 second. Because we do need that. That is required. her. I'm going to look out the window now. This one is a little skittish, but she's so cute. She's the only one in the house right now. Harley boo. Where are you going? Skittish butt. Skittish butt. Come here with your cute butt. Yeah. There's Harley Boops in all her adorable glory. She's like, I don't want to be witnessed. Girl, I feel ya. As a Scorpio rising, I feel ya. Okay, I came over here to close this window a little because it's getting kind of nippy in here now. So don't mind me. Oh, you can't even see my face. Okay. All right, we're back. I might have to cover a lot of these cards because it is a deck that I got recently that has quite a bit of nudity in it. Speaking of, oh, Casper. Casper's looking through the window. Okay, let me, what the fuck? Let me let him in. That was so freaking cute. Can you guys see him? He's on the other side of the window. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go let him in. He's like, hello? I'm cold. I want inside. Okay, Caspy. Come on, come on. Go to the door. Go to the door. Such a hurry. Oh my gosh, that was adorable. All right. Casper is inside. Most of the homies are in the house now, so that's good. All right. You are welcome, love. Now, if Libran readings aren't for you, then I just don't know what is. With all that Libra. Okay. All right, my Scorpios. If you guys are interested in this deck, though, it's called the Wild Eden Tarot. If you want to check it out and actually be able to see the cards. Unfortunately, YouTube is rather prudish, so they're like, boobs? No. Who's ever seen boobs and not liked them? That's what I have a question for you, YouTube. I think you could probably get more views if you would let people show boobs. Anyways, I digress. This is definitely the Scorpio rising and me talking. Okay, show me Scorpio's energetic landscape or climate. Anything else? Whoa. Okay. Let's get an oracle card. Whoa. Okay, we're feeling a lot. What's new? That's the, whoa, okay, that's 2. No, those aren't. I just need 1. I think Aries had this. Okay. It's timestamp, yeah. Hi, Scorpio. I hope you guys are doing very well. Okay. Let's see what is up. What is up here? What wants to be highlighted in your current circumstances and how you are approaching or experiencing that? Okay, so your current energetic kind of landscape or weather, the climate, if you will. You got the Magician in reverse. And the 9 of Wands in reverse. Okay. And then the Oracle card that came out, and I'm pretty sure this came out for Aries as well. I'm quite sure that it was Aries, so you could have a connection to Aries here, but you don't have to. Like either you're dealing with one that's prominent in your life or you have strong Aries in your chart as well. But you kind of share that Martian vibe or co-ruler a little bit. Curious though, this says intrigued, investigating, watching, find out more, questions, snooping, thirst for knowledge, and spying. Well, I think that what this is that you... Is this Scorpio? Yeah. The Wheel of Fortune energy, Jupiter energy is kind of coming through. There's something that you are very intrigued by or pulled to, but you need to know more. When does the Scorpio not think that they need to know more? But specifically, I do feel like you need to gain a little bit of more insight into this, and it's because something is not manifested, or, well, I'm hearing something hasn't translated the way that you, the way you initially read it is not how something translated in reality, and it confused you a bit. Specifically, the Magician and the Wheel of Fortune, you felt like you very clearly manifested something that could go the distance and something that was quite aligned with you. I don't know why I feel like very soft and tender right now in my heart space, but I do. And even this card, the center of it is this pink energy, the heart, and then the crown and the throat chakra. It's like now you're protecting what you initially thought something was while you seek more information about whether it is that thing or whether there's more to it, essentially. So it's like there is this very strong, very vibrant feeling for something still. And when I saw the Wheel of Fortune, it was in the upright. So I feel like you do still think that something is quite abundant and expansive. Like your perception of something being aligned with fulfillment for you and expansion and abundance for you has not really shifted. But I think that you're like, how can I come at this from a new way with more power because I have more knowledge about it, basically. So yeah, so the Magician, cover the boobs, the Magician in reverse, and the Nine of Wands in reverse. This is what the Nine of Wands looks like in the upright. Because in the upright, these cards, right? It's like knowing yourself very clearly and then embodying and expressing from a truly authentic place. And so there are no mixed signals. So the energy is extremely potent in that it kind of like comes through a megaphone to the universe. This is what I want, because it's coming from a very like aligned place internally that lends to really strong faith, honestly, and surrender. So then you don't question your own capacity because you feel aligned and abundant and empowered. And then also you trust that little bit of like magic that the universe sprinkles in to bring you what you want as well. But the Nine of Wands, by the time you get to the Nine of Wands, the energy, well, even by the time you get to the Eight, honestly, the energy is pretty much unstoppable. You might be tired, but you at that point have begun, it's almost like the energy has begun snowballing because you've invested enough into it that you've gained momentum. And so usually by the time the Nine of Wands comes around, you kind of can't fail. But that doesn't mean that there isn't still effort to be put in or that you're not exhausted by that point. The Nine of Wands is the card of the wounded warrior. It's associated a little bit with Chiron. And so it's like there with great, there can be great reward, but there is this level of accountability, responsibility, claiming, and then being fully in it, essentially, that's kind of required to succeed. The Six of Wands in reverse at the bottom of the deck, the Ten of Cups in reverse, the Seven of Wands. Someone was either defensive against something or just let it go. Casper, you're so cute. Hi, Stinker. Okay. Can I have a little bit more about this? Hi, cutie. Come here. Come say hi to the people. He's like, nah. I'm gonna just go do cat stuff instead. Fair. Okay. The Two of Wands. Cute bum, where you from, Scorp? This particular Mercury retrograde could be very significant for you, the one that's coming up, as well as this new moon in Gemini that's happening on the 15th, give or take a day, depending on where you live. The Fool is here, which is Uranus energy. Uranus is in Gemini currently. The Magician is here, which is Mercurial energy, which is Gemini's ruler as well. So I'm seeing a lot of Gemini energy here that is indicated. Gemini is also very curious. I'd say they're the most curious sign. Well, and Aquarius, but in very different ways. But I think that like Gemini is more consistently baseline curious. Like it's their nature to be curious, whereas with Aquarius it serves a very important function where they gain intelligence by essentially being curious through like critical thought more so. Whereas with Gemini it's a little bit more, not necessarily more childlike, because Aquarians can also be very childlike and playful too. It's just a little different. It's a little more playful. There's something that you are invested in though. And it's already, I don't want to say it's already taken a lot of you. You've already put a lot into it. When I said into it, I heard like, I heard it in my mind as like intuition, like to intuit something, although that's not the way that I was actually saying it. Maybe that's the kind of curiosity that's required of you right now. It's an intuitive curiosity, like an openness. So, not necessarily, I feel like that's coming up for a reason because here on this card, right, it says investigating, watching, snooping, spying. It's more of like this card is more talking about that direct, like I'm going to seek out that knowledge. And that is kind of scorpionic as well. Like the investigative archetype, getting down to the bottom of it, right? Can't stop, won't stop. I understand, but there's something about like being intuitively and emotionally open, like this curiosity coming from more of a feminine place, that's going to serve you. But I see you actively making there's active decision making here, and it has to do with you leaping out into a whole new beginning. I really love this Fool card. Isn't that so cute? No kind of like half stumbling off the edge for this Fool. Nah. It's the full leap. And you as fixed water, you're kind of all or nothing, which is really why I do love that. I feel like you're making these choices and you're trying to make choices that are true to your nature, that are somewhat all or nothing. And that doesn't mean necessarily that you're rigid. It just means you know exactly where you stand and you're willing to go all in with what you know you want because you know that you want it, and you feel generally from a very convicted, passionate, and intense place. So it's not that you go all in from like a toxic way. It's that fixed water that is your nature to do so. But there is something that's being reconciled here. So tell me a little bit more about Scorpio's current energy and approach. This could be that you are making choices to align yourself with coming out of a space of grief and feeling like you didn't get what you wanted necessarily, to find yourself again in an unburdened, heart space. So processing the 5 of Cups so that you can once again be in the Page of Cups. More open and even curious emotionally. So then there could also be that element where you're aware that you need to be like that the insight that you need and the empowerment that you need is going to come from your intuitive and emotional body. And that makes sense that you would know that because you're very emotionally intelligent and psychologically intelligent, especially with yourself because you explore your own depths. And then you apply that knowledge and fearless exploration of the self to others. It makes you incredibly valuable. It's a huge gift that you offer. It's kind of how like you go to your own depths and then you're able to offer that profound depth to others around you, basically. But there's something here that, So you could be making brave choices to explore your pain here, but not for the sake of indulging in it and getting stuck in it or just being moody and broody and, fixed water in the lower expression or manifestation. You're doing it because you know that that's what's going to crack you open and allow you to potentially come at something from a new, like you might be wanting to try again with something. Yeah. So you're making choices and you're kind of looking at like, okay, why did this not work before? Where was I sending mixed signals? Was I misaligned in some way? Why was this not sustainable? Did I go in too strong, too heavy, or without enough curiosity or knowledge, or maybe without enough openness initially? Basically, what was the cause of this 5 of Cups? And how can I process through that so that I can take a leap out into Basically, so I can try to manifest something that I still want again and be more effective. That's what I see. I feel that this is very, very healthy for Scorpio. Very, very healthy approach. Because you're not showing me, yeah, the 10 of Wands in reverse. It's an unburdened energy, and the Lovers. So that you can come at something from a place of love and confidence, the Knight of Wands. So you're facing the difficult things within yourself, your own internal disappointments, so that you don't carry them forwards and project them. You're unburdening that so that you can move forwards from a place of love and confidence and still be aligned with your natural, with your true essence, basically, which is this profound depth and openness and willingness to explore yourself and others in a really intimate and beautiful way. Okay, so tell me more. Let's get an oracle card about this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. This quote by Marc Jacobs is the first thing that came out. I always find beauty in things that are odd and imperfect. They're much more interesting. Probably because they're actually real. Because at least in humans, perfection is not a quality that a single one of us has ever or will ever possess. Humans were not meant to be perfect. We have the spark of divinity and perfection and infinite connection to everything within us. We can connect to that, but humanity, I think, is pretty safe as we look around at the world. We're not perfect. But if you are going to be evolutionary, then you can't be perfect, because what are you going to build on off of perfection? You're perfect already, right? So we are an evolutionary species, and so we have to be able to build, to get hurt, to get knocked down, but get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. She takes a whiskey drink, she takes a vodka drink. Anyways, tub thumping. If you don't know, I'm disappointed, but I still love you. All right. This is the other one that came out. I must not fear. Fear is the vibe killer. Babes, you're impressing me. When do you not? You're impressing me. Fear would be valid, but you're like, nah, F that. I'm not doing that. I'm going to choose to see myself and someone else for just the truth of who they are, which is imperfect, and that's not something to shit on myself or someone else for. It's just the reality of humanity, right? You kind of can't, unless you have realistic expectations and see things for what they are, and then like have your expectations appropriate to that, you're probably going to set yourself up for disappointment, right? Like, when you open your heart fully to someone in that really vulnerable, intimate way, especially in the depths of you, there's always the potential that you're going to get hurt. But that doesn't need to define you, and you don't need to let fear of that define and restrict your whole life, because what kind of life is that? It's the kind where you die before you die. That's what it is. Because when you're not living, right? When you're not living, when you're not expressing your feelings from that place of profound depth, intensity, and really just like complexity and beauty, when you're not reaching into the depths of yourself and presenting this beautiful, complex, like heart and acceptance of yourself and others, then it's a disservice to yourself and others, because that's a huge gift. Is there anything else here that wants to be highlighted about this for Scorpio? But basically, I see you understanding what a gift you do have to offer, and you're understanding where it comes from. And you're also understanding the boldness of approach that is required, and you're actively making decisions to come from a place of love and confidence and passion instead of fear. And that's beautiful. Scorpio, your guts are showing, and I'm in love with them. Swoon. I love me a brave, bold Scorpio with a big, fat heart. I don't know where your mind went, you dirty freak, but I'm just kidding. I love you, Scorpio. That's what I have for you, babe. Also, I can't highlight enough. Like, it's not that the anxiety and the fear isn't there. You are not. You're still human. You're just brave. You're choosing to be brave. You're choosing to not allow the fear and the anxiety to swallow you, to consume you, to swallow you whole. And that's really beautiful, because Scorpio, where you choose to place the emphasis or attention on your own internal state and emotions, it does define you, because you are fixed water, and because like you do feel things so intensely that when you get really stuck in negative feeling, it can be hard for you to liberate yourself from that, because it kind of does consume you a little bit. So make sure that you're focusing on something inside of you that when it consumes you, it doesn't deteriorate. That's the D word that I was trying to think of for, can't remember if it was Libra or Virgo. I was like, it starts with a D. Of course, it's coming to me now, but you want to invest in the parts of yourself that don't deteriorate away at you, but just reinforce and build and validate your capacity to get knocked down and to get back up again. To, I forget who it was that I read this quote for. It might have been Virgo, but it's like, through these winters, I found in me an indestructible summer. Through all the destruction and the times that I got beat down, I found that in me that is unfuckwithable, that is indestructible. And that's what I choose to focus on, because that's empowering, more empowering than anything. Why would I choose to focus on the things that can beat me down or break me when it's just temporary? Because I'm always going to come back to that indestructible core within me that is my heart. You know how much I love you. I don't even need to say it, but I will, all the time. I love you deeply, Scorpio. I hope you're doing good, and we're moving on to Sag. All right, what's up over here? Dana came back for the Virgo reading. You love me still. Thank you. What's up, Renee? All right, let's see what's going on for my Saggies. All right. Looks so like peaceful outside right now. Also, I'm thinking of only ones that have been around for quite a while will know what I'm referencing when I say this, but having a fight club live, a fight club hangout. So basically, this is when the only rules are we don't talk about it, guys, because we don't want anyone catching on to the shenanigans. But basically, I live stream and I like put a playlist on and don't care about the rules of the platform. I'm like, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. F you, I won't. Sorry, I was listening to Rage earlier. Rage Against the Machine. Still got a little bit of that in there, but basically I like play a playlist and they don't clock copyright things until after the live ends, and then it's processed. So then I just don't leave the live up, you know? And so it's like Fight Club. If you're there, you're there. If you're not there, come next time. But if you guys are interested in that kind of hangout that's just pretty chill vibes, then let me know in the comments, or I might put up a poll later to have you guys vote and see who would want to chill. But it's usually a very good time, very laid back and just fun time. Throw on a really solid playlist and just chill and catch a vibe. So if you guys are interested in that, that might be happening. And usually I don't do an all signs, like a full all signs when I do that, but I usually will do a collective reading or like look into the people who are there, or sometimes even offer little super chat questions or questions from the people that are there. So it's more casual and laid back, but it's fun. Okay. So that's what's up with that. If you're interested, then keep your eyes out for it. Okay, Sag, let's see what's going on. Show me the energetic climate or landscape for Sagittarians. Hey, Richard. Oh my gosh. Well, get it because it's amazing. Okay. Anything else about that? Recently I was remembering, like, I can't remember what it was. They did a live performance of Killing in the Name of, and I guess like the I don't remember who it was for, but they were like, perform this song, but you can't swear. And Rage Against the Machine was like, okay. And then they just sang every lyric loud and proud, and they had to like cut the performance off like halfway because they were just screaming, F you, I won't do what you tell me, mother effer. If you know, you know. But anyways, it just makes me laugh. I'm like, when the message of the song is literally about like intense political unrest and the lyrics are there to make a point, what kind of point would be made? It's Casper. If they listened. Hi. If they were like, you're right, let's not swear at racial injustice and riots and police doing stupid things. Because that's what that song was written about, the riots in LA. That he, can't remember the lead singer, but he like lived through that. And so that was the song. That was what it was about. If you won't do what you tell me. Dang right. F the system. Anyways, let me just calm down, Lisa. It's like 5 in the morning. You don't need to be getting this riled up. Okay. Let's get an oracle card and get started here with Sag. What are you doing, Cass? Okay. Interesting. I don't know if this is you. We're going to find out. I'm going to do some investigating on your behalf, my friends. Because that's the gift I offer. My Scorpio rising will dig for 8 to 9 hours if I need to get you the information that you need. You're welcome. No, okay. Hi, Sagittarius. I hope that you guys are doing well. So let's take a look at what's going on for you here. So we're going to look at your energetic landscape or climate first of all and just see what's happening, what's surrounding you. And then we're going to look at kind of your energy in relation to that, or how you might be approaching the situation. So the Fool in reverse is what came out for your energetic surroundings or landscape. So this is Uranian energy. I really like this Fool card, so I'm going to show you it in the upright a little bit more. Specifically like this whole vibe here. And also the fact that the Fool is like not in human form. Big vibes. The Fool in reverse. These two oracle cards came out to clarify. So we have happy and jealous. Interesting energy. So happy says content, satisfied, grateful and blessed, laughter, pleased, fulfilled, and joy. And jealous says threatened, insecure, envious, trust issues, bitter, spiteful, competitive, perceived advantage over me, and hatred. Okay, that escalated quickly. Or did it? Because we were singing Rage Against the Machine right before. On second thought, maybe things escalated appropriately. Okay. Well, I have questions. I don't know about you, but I need to... I'm going to need to know more about this. The Fool in reverse. It feels like someone is not really willing to take a risk right now. Or change. Someone's not willing to change. It could be that you are wanting someone to leap out into something or to invest in something in a way that they haven't. If so, and this is someone outside of you that's being indicated here, I'm not loving it because I feel like they know what you want. And I feel like they're not giving it to you on purpose if this is someone outside of you. Is this someone primarily outside of... Okay, no. Well, then what? That might be for a couple of you, but it's primarily not the message. I'll finish saying it just in case it does resonate with you, though. Like, if this is someone outside of you, then it's someone who knows what you want, but they're not giving it to you on purpose to get under your skin, basically to like withhold what you want to make you want it more. They could be trying to even like, I don't know. I'm not really getting make you jealous. But this person I feel like it's almost coming through as leveling the playing field because they may feel like you are somewhat healthily detached. And what you getting into? You getting into things? Yeah, I thought so. I see. Yeah. Don't try to climb that wall. There's nothing there to climb. Gosh, he's stalking around behind me. That's Casper. Anyways, Casper the Curious, not Casper the Ghost. He's very not invisible or quiet. It's almost like someone perceives that you have an advantage over them because you're happy on your own and you don't, while you might want their investment, you don't ultimately need it. Okay, but if this is you, so if that Fool in reverse is mostly Sag, then tell me what this happy, jealous vibe is here. The Nine of Wands in reverse and the Chariot in reverse. Hold on 1 second, I gotta clear my throat a little bit. Sorry, kind of losing my voice a tiny bit. Not losing it, but it's getting a little bit. So I'll try to take the, mute the audio when I clear my throat. Nine of Wands in reverse and the Chariot in reverse. Both cards in the upright, had they come out in the upright, they talk about pretty much like unstoppable forward movement. In a way, the Fool also talks about that. It's Uranus energy, and so Uranian energy can't really be predicted, and therefore it definitely can't be controlled. So it's kind of this similar, it's just a little bit different, the reason why it is unstoppable, mostly because it has the element of surprise with it. But the Nine of Wands is like unstoppable because you've gained enough momentum, you've already put enough of yourself in it that it's almost snowballing or carrying itself, the energy. And the Chariot talks about coming from a place of cardinal water, so very strong conviction from the heart or very strong intuitive knowing that motivates and pushes you forwards. And when you're coming from that place of genuine conviction from the heart, right? That is an incredibly powerful force. It's a place of balanced conviction too, which is sustainable, right? Like oftentimes in the Chariot card, you see the white horse and the black horse. And that's talking about like the duality within you, somewhat balanced or tempered, so that you can have that momentum without being thrown off balance. The fact that they both came out in the reverse, though, is kind of interesting. I'm gonna just use my my pendulum to ask something here quickly. Okay, yeah. And then for jealous. Okay. I feel like this is somewhat a comfort thing, a little bit. And specifically the comfort zone being highlighted, it's definitely emotional. How can I say this? Courage is not usually something that you have an issue with lacking, Sag. Like you carry a certain boldness of spirit in how you express and embody and engage with life, which is very inspiring and beautiful. Mutable fire, kind of like a wildfire, contagious, but in all the right ways, not destructive ways. But there's a comfort zone that you have where it's kind of coming through as like, I'm happy where I am, I'm content where I am, and I don't feel the need to take a huge risk to shake that up emotionally. But there is this element that is more like the whisper of your heart that is coming from a very true place within. And it's like you're perceiving someone who maybe is a little bit bolder in regards to their emotional self or their emotional expression. Like someone who isn't afraid to say how they feel or put themselves out there in an emotional, heart-based kind of way. It's almost like you are seeing that they have some form of, it's not jealousy. Jealousy is quite a strong word, but I feel like you are seeing that that is an advantage that they have. And there's a part of you that might see your own aversion to moving forwards in that specific area with the same boldness as them and think, they kind of got that one on me a little bit, you know? Like, I'm bold and brave in a lot of ways. I'll leap off many cliffs as a Sagittarian. We know it to be true, right? Like, you're no slouch. Let's just get that straight. But there is something here where you're content with where you're at emotionally, but there's a part of you that is kind of questioning, okay, but am I really content, or am I just like a little bit afraid to be open in that specific way or to be bold in that particular way? I don't know exactly where you've landed on that yet, but let's find out. Let's get more information on your energy or approach. Hi, Josephine. What's up, Rochelle? For the Leo read. Hi, Candace. You said on your Facebook yesterday, we eventually become immune to the venom of the snake. After being bitten so many times, some lessons take longer to learn, unfortunately. That is very true. Yes, that is true. But I hope that you become immune because you learn more about yourself every time it happens, and then you kind of like rise above it versus, I guess, avoiding or numbing yourself out to part of the experience. Although I understand that that's not always the easiest. Trust me. All right, show me more of Sagittarian's energy here in this situation, their approach. Sag, the Magician and the Eight of Wands and Temperance. There you are. Double time. Mercury and Sagittarius. Mercury. Okay, so very, very strong Mercury in Sagittarius energy. You could have that placement in your natal chart and be watching the Sag reading, and maybe that's not something you normally do. I feel like this is validation that this message might be for you, even if you're not really expecting that. Because for that to show up so strongly, it could also be indicating that something about this, like what Mercury is doing now, it's also, I think we're in the pre-shadow. I think we're now in the pre-shadow for Mercury retrograde that's coming up here. So something about that could be significant for you. But I don't know, I'm seeing an empowered approach, and I really like that. Because while you may be, it's like you're seeing both truths and you're holding space for both of them, which is really powerful. You're seeing like, okay, yeah, I am content and I have good reason to be happy. I'm genuinely happy from the heart, and there's a lot of confidence. Basically, like, I'm not hurting over here. Like, I'm not super lacking, right? And that's true. However, at the same time, and maybe it is because you aren't feeling like you're like you're lacking something, right? That you are open to also investigating or being curious about where these feelings come from too, where you're like, but why is it? Like, basically you can ask questions without being defensive about exploring this. Like, why may I be holding back in that area though? Or why do I feel less comfortable leaping out into something that requires emotional conviction and boldness? Let's get an oracle card, because I want to know what it is that you are trying to call into form or manifest here, or what you just naturally are with your own essence and spirit, which I feel like is a little bit more. The thing with, not the thing, there's many things with every sign, but one thing that I've noticed and really love about Sagittarius is that while you are highly intelligent and philosophical, like you're intelligent not just from like here's the facts, but from like no, I have dug into this concept and explored the depths of this, or I've done higher learning. Not that like just, you know, like facts and figures and that kind of very intellectual intelligence is not intellectual intelligence. That kind of use of your brain and intelligence is also super valuable. But I really love that about you, how you kind of just naturally flow and dig into things that pique your interest. Like you genuinely do allow your conviction to guide you, but it's from that like natural essence of you and your spirit. You're free spirited in that you almost allow your own spirit and liberated essence to push you into expansion without overthinking it. Like you allow your own essence to be contagious to you, which is kind of why you're always expanding, because you're always learning too, and you're always pushing the boundaries of what you know and what you're capable of, because you're understanding your own capacity through exploring these deeper concepts and themes. And that is super powerful. Super powerful. That is when you are able to almost instinctively then, again, like it's not from lack of intention. It's almost just like the intention is being delivered directly from your spirit, from your instincts. So you're kind of like bypassing the part of you that would over intellectualize or overthink something, and you're communicating like a direct line to the universe, right? It's just like no mixed signals. Full embodiment and expression of self, and not being afraid to... not having fears, but not being afraid to address and explore and ask questions and look more into those hesitancies and fears. That's what makes you unstoppable. Like someone who is not afraid to look, someone who is not afraid to look at any part of themselves is incredibly powerful, like a force to be reckoned with, a force of nature on their own. So I think that you are it looks like you're very aligned with yourself, and you're being humble and honest with yourself, and you're gaining some important knowledge here. Okay, that's too many cards. To quote Hamlet, Act 3, scene, what does that say? Scene 3, line 87. No. Okay. I feel like this is highlighting that it's not just that simple for you, though. You allow things to be complex without allowing the complexity of them to complicate and like muddy your life or your internal state, right? It's that openness and curiosity to everything that allows you to do that. And so then you can explore more vastly without being confused or being restricted by like getting in your own way mentally and that sort of thing. Essentially, it's a huge strength for you. But I feel like this is just coming out to say that it's not just like, that makes me uncomfortable, so no, hard no. It's not just yes or no. It's, maybe no, but like, but why, right? It's reminding me of those, like, you know, those kids. We've all known one of these children where you say something and it's like, but why? The sky is blue. Why? This is that. Why? You asked too many questions. Why? You know, it's But it's that inquisitiveness that actually makes makes children quite intelligent in a very underestimated kind of instinctual way, you know? It's the human way, really, before they've had it like beat out of them, so to speak. Before they become fearful of what they might find if they do ask those questions. They're not afraid to ask those questions. And you usually aren't either. And that's beautiful. Well, my crown just started tingling really hard. Going on up there. Anything else about this? You're seeking truth. There you are. And you're not afraid to wade through a little bit of confusion to get there, because another thing that I love, damn, I just love Sagittarians. I love you. Have I told you lately? If not, I love you. You understand that it's not all about reaching the destination. It's definitely about the journey there. So while you do seek higher truth and illumination, you're confident enough to, again, like, move through confusion and work that truth out, which is how you integrate deeper philosophical truths usually through personal experience and reconciling confusion or distortion or contradiction that those things bring up in you. Like, it's not just information, it's wisdom. That's what it is. We love to see it. We love to see it, babe. There's something so very attractive about that as well. Like, yes. Someone who's not afraid to humbly look at themselves and then not get stuck in that, not make it super complicated when it doesn't need to be, but just reconcile it and then keep on pushing their own, like, breaking their own confines and breaking through their own glass ceilings is just, it's sexy. I'm just gonna say it. It's very sexy. It's probably why a lot of people are drawn to you. I mean, there's many reasons. Okay, is there anything else that wants to be highlighted here for Sag? The High Priestess. Intuitively, you have an awareness. It's not like striking you with this intensity that is rocking your world. It's more like a quiet little tug. A quiet intuitive tug, but it's strong enough that, like, your spirit is leaning in that direction to lean into it, to find out more. There's something, though, that intuitively here you are pursuing more information, and it's this, like, little inkling inside of you that might be very quiet but persistent, that not that necessarily something is missing, because, again, you are content. It's more just like, I think that it's more you're recognizing that you've made choices to highlight and prioritize certain things in your life, which we all do. And then whenever we do that, prioritizing those certain things come naturally at the expense of being able to prioritize others. Like, we can't all prioritize everything the same amount, right? And so I think for a while you've not prioritized necessarily, you've prioritized yourself, your own, like, very authentic and abundant embodiment, experience, and expression. Do you know what I mean? But at the same time, you're kind of looking at, like, okay, but I've focused on these things, and maybe, like, is there something more that I want to, now that, like, because this is like, man, I know myself. Again, I have that like clear, direct, loud speaker, direct line to the universe. It's almost like recognizing your own power and not really wanting to write anything fully off, right? Like, even if it's not an immediate yes, it's not a final no. It's this like just beautiful openness. It's like the absolute disregard or unwillingness to miss out on anything that life has to offer. Oh, that's so fucking gorgeous. I love it. You live life more fully than a lot of people, and it's beautiful. Not more fully, but maybe more fearlessly, more expansively, in more of a array of ways, I would say. Because yeah, even now you're like, okay, coming from this very clear and direct and strong, empowered personal place, I can now trust my intuitive pulls and nudges that are, again, not saying like you're less without something, but highlighting where you might want to prioritize something that has not been at the top of your list. Like where you might want to temper or balance or harmonize and even the scales a little bit. Like bring something else into your experience, but you're exploring that and it's pretty beautiful. Is there anything else before I let Sag go? Oh, was that the other cat? It is. It's Milo. Hold on one second. I need to let it in. Milo, come over here. Hey. Hi, cutie. Fluffer. What's going on? All the little homies in the house. Oh, you're gonna... Okay. Why are they so cute? So cute. I need to close the window. It is in fact nippy out. What, you want to look out the window? Okay, fine. Hi. These do have a major bromance going on. The two male cats, Casper and Milo, they're very cute. Milo is the same breed that Luna was, my Luna. She was a Norwegian forest cat, and she was like white with black or gray, and he is like black with white, so they're the same breed but like kind of inverted coloring. So cute. Yeah, that's what I see though for you. Bless you. I think that there's somewhere where you feel you could be more in alignment with yourself, like more holistically in alignment with yourself. And so you're making active choices to pull that, again, tempered alignment in. And I think that's kind of part of the natural process for you as well. Maybe this is my Vedic Sagittarius stellium talking, because in Vedic, my Cap stellium turns into a Sag stellium. It gets spicier, if you will. But I like it a lot. Yeah. Anyways, that's what I have for you, Sagittarius. We're going to move on to Capricorn. Questions are better than answers because a good question can change your worldview. Yeah. Luna was your favorite tarot cat. Oh, Gabby. Rochelle. I love you guys. You guys know when my heart is like low-key a little bit. Honestly, I have not recovered and may never recover from that loss because she's my favorite thing in the whole entire in all of existence. Okay, she's still very present in my world. All right. Let's see what's happening for my goats. My goats. Where you at? Where you at? Cappy gang. Gang. But yeah, questions, I mean, I feel like when you stop asking questions, you just cut yourself off at the knees from so much. Like, there's so much of the world today that is just like, it's a little frightening how much of the world has lost their ability to think critically, like just to not just take at face value what is handed to them and just consume it mindlessly, but not mindlessly, but just consume it without like questioning, like, where is that coming from? Can I fact check that? Or like, why? Or who's gaining from me believing this? Or whatever, right? Like, when you stop asking questions, you stop growing, or you give sometimes a lot of power to... It's not that you can't trust anyone, but I do think critical thought is just so important. Mercury and Aquarius here. Hello. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. But Gemini moon, Mercury and Aquarius in the 3rd house. So yeah, I need to ask questions. Oh my gosh. They're play fighting. What's up, Nim? Catch your moon and rising. Yes, you can. Hi, babes. Don't even play like you don't love playing with Harley, Casper. Come on. As much of a bromance as he has with Milo. Him and Harley play together a lot, and it's really freaking cute. Hi, Harley. You're looking cute. All right. Does that even align with my values? Yeah. Or even like, I studied a couple things in university before I landed on psychology, but the first thing was journalism and broadcasting. And like the first thing they teach you is if everyone is looking that direction, what the fuck is happening that direction? That's the direction you should be looking. If everyone's jumping off a cliff, are you just gonna follow them? You know, it's that old adage. It's like, ask questions, please. Please. And asking questions or being curious doesn't necessarily have to take the shape of defensively, like poking holes or tearing down someone else's perspective or belief, but nothing wrong with a little devil's advocate, right? Sometimes you ask questions and you come out the other side completely changed because you gain more context or perspective from somebody else, and then you grow. And that doesn't always mean changing, like completely changing your perspective. It might just be adding to it so that you can evolve and become even stronger. Because again, like, knowledge is definitely power, especially when it comes to, well, first and foremost, when it comes to yourself, obviously, because you're sovereign and the only thing you have complete and total control over is yourself, really, at the end of the day. But then what you choose to engage with and how and where you choose to put your energy and apply your free will and agency, that comes from being informed about, you know, your options and stuff, right? Knowing what you're getting yourself into. So, yeah. Ask the questions. Do it. All right. Capricorn. I think that we have shuffled enough for you now. Let's see. You do that sometimes with your Scorpio Mars. Yeah. Don't worry. Me too. The whole... Also, is Mercury... Mercury is like square. My Mercury is square. My Aquarius Mercury words is square my Scorpio rising conjunct Scorpio or Pluto in Scorpio. So yeah, the devil's advocacy is real in this one. It's strong in me. Okay. Okay, so show me the energetic climate or landscape for Capricorn. The brightness on my screen is going up because it's getting brighter. Oh. Okay, anything else? Not right now. Okay. I'm just going to close the blinds a little bit here because how dare the light of day ruin my nocturnal vibes? Honestly, a little bit rude. So, okay. Let's see. Okay. Let's timestamp this. Okay. Hi, Cappy. Sexy little devils, you. I hope that you're doing awesome. So let's just dive right into it and see what is being highlighted basically in the energetic landscape or weather forecast. And this doesn't have to be indicative of like your whole life overall. It's more likely that it's just highlighting one aspect of your life. But what's coming through here is the 10 of Cups in reverse. And it's clarified by this card of regret. Sadness, remorse. Yeah, sadness, remorse, disappointed, wishing they could change things. This is someone outside of you, not you. Although, I mean, you could be feeling some level of regret or sadness around the way that something has played out so far or has played out overall, or just the current status of something in your life that feels like it definitely has an element of emotional connectivity here. For some of you, this is connected to something family related, but I feel like there's someone here who seems to have somewhat dropped the ball, fumbled a little bit. Let's just say. Regrets. They have regrets. I feel like this happened because they had some insecurities and self-doubt. They were lacking confidence in a particular area. I also feel that this person is highly critical of themselves. They question themselves, but in more of a bringing themselves down, like tearing themselves down. It's kind of coming through as unhealthy. That's Milo. Majestic creature. Unhealthy Virgo energy almost is coming through. They don't have to have Virgo, but that's kind of what it's reminding me of, that like self-criticism to the degree that to the degree that you don't actually really get anywhere with yourself. You kind of just like put yourself back, right? When you're tearing yourself down, obviously. You're not, there might be the illusion of you getting somewhere with that, but you're more so just limiting yourself, because what you're really doing is validating those those doubts. This person specifically, they doubted their attachment to you. I think this is someone that was actually, whether they really showed it or not, and for some of you, this person never really truly expressed the depth of their desire for you, but they did have a little bit of a fixation. I'm not getting it as being toxic or unhealthy, but like a very strong affection, a very strong fondness for your bond. But I think that there was this element where this person felt that they couldn't really detach. Like they felt a little bit hooked on you. Who wouldn't be? But I mean, can we blame them, right? But that's what made them doubt. It's almost like they didn't trust that. They didn't trust how strong it was. And the fact that they found it quite difficult to pull away. This is someone that wants to have hope that they can still get what they want with you. Because this card just fell off the top of the deck when I was moving it aside. Let's get a little bit more. So you could be picking up on these energies. I don't know if this person is actually, I'm kind of feeling like it's more likely that they're not communicating. What are you doing? There's just a big tail coming out from behind my head. Me butthead. Hi. Hi, cutie. Don't touch me. The Page of Cups, the High Priestess, the Magician. Oh my word. They know that they fumbled. Let me extend my finger and drink this coffee while I spill tea. Wow. Let's not be too hard on this person here. I feel like they're kind of being hard on themselves. Hard enough on themselves. This person knows, it's a knowing that specifically they cannot escape, which feels rather uncomfortable for this person. They're very aware of their regrets here. They actively wish that they could shift the way that things are, but this person knows that they manifested, they have this intuitive understanding and assuredness that the opportunity with you or having you in their life, they do see that as a gift, whether they treated you in accurate representation to that belief or not, or to that knowledge or not. Again, I feel like I'm getting the sense that there's quite a large gap between how this person truly feels in reality and what was actually expressed. Yeah, no, there was a lot that was not expressed. The Knight of Cups in reverse, the Nine of Coins in reverse, the Five of Coins. Again, it's like not acting, taking action. The Knights take action. The Knight of Cups takes action from a place of intuitive and emotional conviction and understanding. So not doing that out of insecurity, and then being blatantly aware of where that brought them, which is the Five of Pentacles, feeling now out in the cold. Ooh, the Ten of Swords is after that. Yikes. They're now not where they want to be with you, and they are aware that they are basically that they're the reason why they're in the position that they're in. Harley. The Hanged Man and the Knight of Swords in reverse, though. It's like they're aware that they manifested you, and they're also aware that they manifested I'm hearing on ice. On ice. So this could be at a plateau, or it could be very much like the Hanged Man can talk about like hanging around basically until you gain a higher perspective on something. So feeling like you're at an impasse until you're able to see that from that higher perspective, which oftentimes requires you to completely flip your perspective or approach all the way upside down. To what? Hey, who's hissing at who and chasing who? What is happening? Milo doesn't love Harley. Sometimes there's drama. Okay, buddy. Casper's just standing in between them like, what's happening? Harley, don't follow him into the bedroom. Lord. All right. Just do what you want. I feel like this is going to escalate. Yeah, this person, they know that they brought in both an opportunity that held a great deal of potential, especially to be very emotionally fulfilling for them. This opportunity being you. And there's this part of them that it's like they're uncomfortably bearing witness to the part of themselves that they can't deny does really want this with you. But it's very uncomfortable to admit that because they feel like they have to simultaneously admit where they may have lost the opportunity. And it's because they inaccurately represented themselves. Like the Knight of Swords in reverse is oftentimes, is that what it is? I don't think they outright lied. They did come from the ego more than the heart, though. It's only now that they're realizing how much their heart was truly invested because they didn't see it before from their ego. That's what it is. This person, they did declare their feelings for you, I feel like, to some degree. And it's not that that's not true now. It's not even that it wasn't necessarily true then, but they weren't even really aware of it to the fullness that it exists back then, right? Like I said, they're just kind of tuning into the truth of this now. The Ace of Cups, the Page of Cups, the Ten of Cups in reverse, regret, right? That's where the regret's coming from. Like, ooh, because I'm seeing that they kind of, they may have presented like they weren't internally conflicted. They may have even thought they weren't internally conflicted at the time that they initially pursued you or opened up about their feelings with this Ace of Cups, or just opened up to you in a romantic sort of feelsy sense, if that's what this is. If it's not romantic, then it's kind of the same story, but just with whoever it is. There's someone who they feel as though they may have burnt a bridge with you, and it's because they approach something more from like wanting to achieve or win or be successful, but it was coming more from a place of ego initially that blinded them from seeing that there actually are truer feelings and a deeper emotional desire under the surface. The only thing is that the way that they approached that did not accurately reflect, because they were not really tuned into that deeper part of themselves. They were just more, again, in the ego a little bit. What just happened to the chat? Hi, T baby. What's up? It's resonating for you? Hopefully that didn't just glitch, but I just saw the chat like do a weird thing. So let me know if I get frozen or stop streaming at any point, you guys. I guess you can't really let me know, but I'll just be gone and just talking to myself here. But this could also be someone that's somewhat just like, without reconciling it, like dropped it, because there's a little bit of an avoidance. I'm not going to lie. It's partly they were avoiding their own feelings because they themselves, like, they were indirectly avoiding sharing their real feelings with you, because they hadn't even really witnessed and admitted them and held space for them in that deeper way with themselves. So it was somewhat impossible to accurately share them with you because they just weren't seeing it. Okay, show me a little bit, show me more of where Capricorn is at with this. What's Capricorn's energy and approach, and how are they feeling about this whole thing? The Nine of Coins in reverse, the Lovers is at the bottom of the deck. Four of Cups in reverse. I was gonna say, you're not denying your feelings for them, but then as I was like thinking that, I heard, I can neither confirm nor deny. So that might be up for debate with you specifically. But I think maybe it's more that you can neither confirm nor deny. Ooh, that hurt. Directly to this person, because you really don't feel safe doing that anymore, being completely open about the connection that's there. And again, the Lovers doesn't have to always be this like intimate romantic connection. It's just like a very deep, resonating and influential soul bond or soul contract or connection or union with someone that just, it rocks your world. Something about this did make you feel a little insecure, though, the Nine of Coins in reverse. But you didn't linger on it. And you don't have regrets surrounding what you did put into it. The thing is, like, you're holding space for the wide array of what you're feeling, because you're showing me like, yeah, this made me feel a little bit some kind of way, because I know that the connection is there, that this person matters to me and that I matter to them. It's very hard to deny the lovers connection, and it's here in the upright, which is saying that it is here. It is real, it's true, and it's prominent, and was felt by, or is felt by, both. But this person's lack of ability to show up, to admit, to claim it, and to be honest with themselves and you, less than optimal. And they know that. They feel that. So you're aware of that, right? You're like, on one hand, the Lovers connection. On the other hand, the Nine of Coins in reverse. Not great. Like, this doesn't make me feel the best. Which is why I think that you've like, this is very Capricornian. It's very like rational. And then taking action based on the rationality. You don't regret what you gave, but you also don't regret not lingering in the disappointment. Why? Because continuing to give to this is bringing you anxiety at this current point in time. And you're like, I don't have time for that. I need to give my energy where it is actually you know, practical and not taking away from me, not destabilizing me, not like Capricorns are very efficient with their energy. They find the best way to do things, and they are freaking boss. They're bosses, and that's why, right? They are usually, they're not afraid to put in the work. They're not afraid to work hard and learn. They're also not afraid to be innovative and to try new things, right? Cardinal Earth. So it's this really beautiful combination of traits. But yeah, you know the power of your energy, and you know the implications. You know the implications of giving your energy to that which serves you and expands and pays off in an abundant way in your life. And you also know the implications of giving to things that destabilize you. Wow. Underneath the Emperor in reverse is the Empress in reverse. You can have all the Emperor, Empress, Lovers, Ten of Cups potential in the world, but if one of you is choosing to, you know, sink the ship, then it's not valiant to go down with the shipping sink, with the sinking ship. And you are intelligent enough to be aware of this. So that's why you're like, I feel like it's very mature and very Capricornian that you're like, okay, these two things can exist at once. Do I care about this person? Yes. Am I going to throw my life into shambles for them or anyone? No. No. I would not be a Capricorn if I did, right? Okay. Is there anything further that wants to be highlighted here about Capricorn's energy in the situation? Capricorn. This is why. So if we're considering options, right? Like, let's say someone is fumbling, someone is not seeing our worth, or at least maybe they're seeing it, but they're unable to meet us halfway. They're unable to claim us, or they're unable to hold and honor us, right? Essentially, it's just a misalignment. And often it's not personal. It's just where that person is at with their own internal relationship to themselves, that something about that or a lack of that is getting in the way of their ability to connect with you in a healthy way. There are a lot of approaches to something like that, but we can look at it from the perspective of chasing, trying to prove our worth and value, or, you know, basically trying to carry the weight of this all on our own, which doesn't really allow this to sink in with someone. And we don't want people to feel like bad about themselves and be super critical of themselves. That's not the point. The point is people need to learn their lessons. That's how they grow. That's how their soul grows. That's karma. That's their karma. And karma's not neutral, or karma's neutral. So it's not always bad. It's just what's needed, right? It's like action and reaction. So you get what you put out, right? This is why this is so beautiful, though. Something is breaking here in this connection, like in a positive way. You're breaking through something here. And that is able to happen because of this. It's unexpected, but there is, I feel like this person is going to come in, or there's a force of collaboration, and it's stimulated by the sacred destruction that came from grief, pain, regret, them being able to sit with the consequences of their own actions without someone rushing in to try to take it personally and try to prove themselves and overextend, which doesn't give the other person the chance to come to their own conclusions and choose differently, right? But the reason that this is happening is because you, instead of obsessing and fixating, this card came out in reverse. You didn't do that. So you might have had a lot of things to say to this person, but instead, what was highlighted was the unspoken. It's what wasn't said. It's like in that space, what this person needed to see truly and learn was able to sink in. And that's because you didn't chase them and try to force it down their throat. It's much more powerful when people come to these things themselves, because they can't flip it on you and say like, oh, you tried to convince me. It's like, no, that shit just caught up with you all on your own. Right? It's kind of different when something comes to you like an emotion or whatever, and you can't deny it, and it's coming from within you. It's like there's nowhere, the call is coming from inside the house, there's nowhere to run at that point. But that's what makes it so powerful, is the approach that you took. That's what allowed this to happen, and that is why something is breaking and something's able to move forwards in the near future in this connection, which is super powerful and positive. Is there anything else before I let Capricorn go? I think this is just validation that the approach that you're taking, as per usual, is very effective, very efficient, and it's not coming at the unhealthy compromise of self. You're not putting yourself in a position where, again, you're overgiving or you're chasing to prove. You are just moving forwards from this incredibly powerful force of self-confidence and knowing yourself and caring for yourself and honoring yourself, whether or not others can do that. Because it's almost like you're treating yourself the way that you deserve and desire to be treated by another. And so then other people are able to, if it doesn't come naturally to them, because again, because of their own internal stuff, right? How to show up and be in this kind of connection in a healthy and sustainable way, then you give them the chance to actually learn that and then choose whether or not they want to pursue that. This person specifically could be waiting for the purpose of saving face. I just split the deck on. But yeah, they could be taking a bit of time out, hoping that like, maybe things will cool down. And then I can come back around when things have kind of like smoothed over slightly. This card says avoiding feeling humiliated, reputation, not wanting others to lose respect for them, covering up a mistake, and excuses for failings. But they're healing at the same time also. But this person could have acted a little bit like, it's like bold move, but unfortunately not necessarily bold in the right direction. Maybe bold towards actions that they are now regretting rather than proud of themselves for. But I think that that's changing, and it's because you kind of gave them the space to decide for themselves if they want to step up. You can't force people to step up, but you can give them the space and the opportunity to decide themselves if they've got it in them to fight the fight You need someone to meet you where you are at halfway, though. That's healthy compromise. Is compromise made to meet someone halfway, but not something that is compromising a part of yourself that is vital and integral and, you know, highlights your self-worth and you honoring yourself. That should not be compromised. So I don't see you doing that, and I love that for you. All right, Cappy. Mwah. We are moving on to Aqua, my babes. Let's get it. What's up, Jasmina? The Scorpio read was for you. You followed the instruction at the start and it worked. I do not remember what that was, but I'm so glad that it was for you. You had to go to a fun dinner with a good friend and now you're watching it. You're welcome, love. I hope you had a great dinner with your friend. Okay. Let's see. Aqua babies in the house. You're welcome, Catherine. Aw, so many cuties in the house. How are you guys doing? It's good to see you. It's good to be with you all. Aquarius Venus, help. I love Aquarians. My best friend in the world is an Aquarius. And then I always feel like I connect somewhat like naturally or organically with Aquarians probably because my Mercury in Aquarius. It's like we just, I don't know. I speak your language sometimes or something like that. But I also just really I really love getting to know and like conversing with Aquarians. I just find you so weird in the best possible way. Like you can match my freak if you get what I'm saying. And your individual, the appeal, the way that every individual Aquarian that I've met has this like appeal about them, but it's like universal to Aquarians, but distinct for each and every one of you, because I think it's because you're willing to be unapologetically, for the most part, authentic, which is probably the most attractive thing in the world, honestly, to me. Anyways, I can't speak for everybody. But I love it. I love it about ya. Capricorn read was spot on for you. You handled, yeah. F yeah, you did. You can never go wrong, like holding space for and honoring yourself the best that you can. And it's not always easy. No one does it 100% of the time, like perfectly and always full of grace. I mean, even Capricorns, dare I say. But it's beautiful when it does happen, isn't it? Something so satisfying about it when you honor yourself instead of self-abandon or sacrifice, and you get what you want. You're like, fuck yeah, I didn't take shortcuts. I did it the right way. Like I didn't deteriorate myself. I stayed true to myself. The Ace of Swords. And it paid off. Like there's something very beautiful and liberating about that. Love to see it. Okay. Let's see what's happening for my little alien babes. I am using my alien deck for you. Okay, show me Aquarian's energetic landscape or climate at this time. Oh yeah, my best friend is an Aquarius sun, and he has Pisces Mercury. And I'm a Pisces sun with an Aquarius Mercury, so I just feel like we just like we always seem to like read each other's minds or come to the same conclusions, but like totally different. Like we get there very different ways, but it like makes things interesting. Tear Bear, shout out Terry. He's like been my best friend for like 15 years or something now. 13, something like that. I've known him longer than I haven't, basically. Okay. What's going on with this, Aqua? You just woke up and made it for Aquarius. I love you. I love that you just woke up. I'm like, I'm still here, and I'm just reaching Aquarius now. I got you, boo. Okay. Which way does this want to be? Okay, well, that's pretty clear. All right. I'm hearing that Beyonce song. Pretty sure it's called Sorry. I sound like the most Canadian person when I say sorry, by the way. My bad. But it's the song where she's like, sorry, I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. Bitch, no. You're trying to roll me up. I ain't picking up. And I ain't thinking about you. It's a good song, not gonna lie. She definitely throws Jay-Z under the bus, and rightfully so. Okay. If only she had walked away then, before the Epstein shit. But anyways, hopefully none of the Bayhive or Beehive or whatever you guys call yourselves is in here. Love me still, please. I just think that Jay-Z is creepy. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's see. 622. Okay. Hi, Aqua. How are you guys doing? I hope you're doing wonderful. Okay, let's get into this. Let's take a look at the surrounding situation and energies, how you are kind of like approaching or relating to those at this time, and just see what is up. So, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is what came out for the current energetic landscape or climate. And it came out with this card, Sorry, which did actually fall out and flip into the reverse. And I did clarify, and it wants to be that way. So this card says regretful, knowing in the wrong, sad, remorseful, apologetic. What does this say? Olive branch, sorry they can't, feeling bad or guilty. Sorry, I ain't sorry. I ain't sorry. No, hell no. It's one of my favorite albums, if not my favorite album by her. Not gonna lie. It was a good one. The one that has like the entire thing as like one ongoing, like really artistic music video film type thing. Lemonade, that's what it's called. Specifically, the video portion of that is just so incredibly done, I think, personally. 'Tis art. Okay, so the Queen of Pentacles. Is this you? Okay. Well, there's something that you don't feel regretful about. And I honestly don't really, I don't know. I don't think that you necessarily have have anything to feel regretful or sorry about, to be honest. But you're like, it's kind of like, why would I be sorry when I did not do anything wrong? Like, I'm not guilty, therefore, why would I apologize? It's almost like you're saying if I was to apologize, it would be highlighting, like, it would be coming from a place of personal insecurity. And I don't really have anything to be insecure about surrounding this particular thing. It's not that you might not be apologetic or like not super happy about the way that things have, whatever the situation, the way that it is played out. But I'm not really seeing you super motivated to move with an olive branch or to like be the one that extends that. It's kind of like you're very clearly telling me like, well, if it was my bad, then I would have no problem doing that. But however, this one falls on the other person. So the ball's in their court. Or you're just not interested in reconciling something at all. Ooh. The devil's at the bottom of the deck here. It's not jump the gun, but yeah, it feels like there might have been something even that you're seeing it really clearly, the Queen of Swords and the Ace of Swords and the Hanged Man. Damn. Ooh, you're not only seeing it clearly from like a strictly intellectual place, but you are seeing it from even a higher perspective. So that's why you're just like, I'll apologize when I'm dead. You know, like, no, maybe next lifetime if you're waiting. Like, you're going to be waiting until hell freezes over and pigs fly because I don't have anything to apologize for. Fixed air. Like, yeah. The stubbornness. But hey, when you know, you know. So it seems like you know, and I'm not faulting you for that. I mean, you could never fault an Aquarius for knowing. It's kind of in your nature. So tell me a little bit more about this, though. What is this? What has occurred here? Because this is quite a bold statement. Like, I ain't got no regrets. I think there's something that, yeah. There you are, the King of Swords. I was going to say there's something that brought out some like insecurities in you. Maybe someone even was trying to provoke you in that way. And you're like, if you are losing out, then you are getting what you have coming to you because you did that to yourself. You did that, right? I felt like this in your presence, and so now I don't have regrets in maybe cutting you off or just not being the one to extend and put forth the effort to reconcile or make something better. Like, I'm hearing close the distance. Yeah. All of these cards having come out in the reverse, it does kind of show full stop or plateau, but I'm getting more than just a plateau. I'm kind of getting like, did I say putting it on ice for another sign? But we're more than on ice. It's kind of coming through as out of sight, out of mind, which is basically excuse me, the Aquarian equivalent of putting something on ice. Because if it's not in your, you know, if you're not thinking about it or considering it, well, you're fixed air. So that does say a lot. I think that there's also a level of pride in how you handled something, even if you're disappointed with the outcome here that I'm seeing. And because you feel that you did act in alignment with yourself, your morals, values, virtues, just your being, your authentic person, there's a healthy pride in that. That's also contributing to not being not being sad, but not being incredibly sorry that something did not manifest, because it's almost like you're like looking forward, right? Aquarians can have a very it's like progressive sight. It's almost like a projection, like seeing something so clearly in the present that you can project quite clearly on what is most likely to happen in the future, if that makes sense, which allows you to make pretty wise decisions most of the time. You don't always get it right, but you're pretty, when you're clear and you're on, you're on. And I feel like you were looking at this and you're like, based on the current trajectory and my calculations, beep, 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 beep. No, no, I don't like the way that this is going. I don't like how that outcome looks for me when I look ahead on the horizon. So I'm going to bow out. And what? I have not heard that song in I heard that song, Who Let the Dogs Out? Who let the dogs out? I don't even remember who sings that. I haven't heard that song in a really long time. The moon in reverse and the star. That's you. Look at this star card. It needs to be the only one in frame because honestly, swoon. Be still my heart. The situation, while you might have some regrets about the way that it unfolded, not regrets about your involvement in it or how you handled yourself. Again, there's this healthy pride because you stayed authentic to yourself. It's revealed something to you about you, and you're not mad about it, whatever it's revealed to you. I think you feel that you made the right choice, even if you're not necessarily stoked on what that choice had to be. And I do feel like you don't necessarily feel as though you had. It's almost like someone made the decision for you because of the actions that they chose, right? Like, well, you've really left me with nothing else to do but walk away in order to honor myself and not self-abandon for whatever nonsense you have left on my doorstep, right? Okay. I really like that. Let's dive more into your energy and how you're currently approaching. How are you currently approaching the situation? I'm not seeing a whole lot of involvement. I'm seeing you essentially staying in your lane. The Knight of Pentacles. The Hierophant in reverse is at the bottom of the deck. The Sun in reverse. And even the Tower. You could look at these as representing the three other fixed signs, right? The Tower you could see as Scorpio. The Sun you could see as Leo, and the Hierophant is Taurus. And then there you are. That's the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac. So there is always that element with fixed signs, right? That when you're in, you're in. It's not always like completely all or nothing, but there's usually no like halfway. Like you usually don't half commit. That's for sure. You're not usually very wishy-washy because when you do land on how you feel or what you think, it's solid. And you usually take your time getting there as well. You also take your time deciding if you're going to implement a change. So the fixed signs can be very, very grounded, very stubborn, but also just very secure in themselves, which is a huge plus. With the Knight of Pentacles and the Hierophant in reverse showing up here, though, you are like, I am not going to put that fixed energy into a commitment that doesn't serve me. Not in a self-serving kind of way. Like, that's not your full approach, but you're aware that like investing in something that's either not clear or not fulfilling makes no sense. It's going to be destructive in your life, so you're not going to do it. You are you have your head solid on your shoulders here from what I can see, Aqua. Let's see if we can get you an oracle card and get more information on this. Okay. Okay. You also know yourself well enough to know that if you were to engage with this in a specific way, it wouldn't bring the best out of you. Like, you might end up, if not walking away the way that you have, you might actually end up feeling sorry or regretful for something. So that's part of it too, is like you knew when to walk away here, and you were right. Because the card that came out, I don't know if you can see. Can you see that? It's quite light, but it's a picture of Medusa. I don't know if you guys can see that. Medusa. It also came out with this card, which came out in the reverse, but in the upright it looks like this. It's kind of like, it always gives me like Prodigy Firestarter vibes. Mr. Firestarter. All the 90s music is coming up. I'm not mad about it. You know the power of your own energy, and I heard wrath. Okay. You don't want to turn anyone to stone here. And it feels like you're aware that, you know, you do have feelings, and they're not the sunniest about this particular situation. Hell hath no fury, right? But it's, you don't want to indulge your energy, your life force energy in that, in just like turning someone to stone or destroying them just because you can, right? But it does kind of feel like you are maybe somewhat still walking the line of that. I feel like you've pretty much, you're like, I know that if I engage with them, then this is gonna happen. But then on the other hand, you're this came out. And this card came out in a reverse, which says, not my circus, not my monkey. It's like, but should I be the shit disturber? I know that it's not, but I could still insert myself and F shit up. But I think that the part of you that knows that is somewhat proud of yourself for taking the higher road here, or just being true to yourself, the way that you want to represent yourself, right? The person that you want to be, someone that you are proud of. That doesn't mean you can never lose your shit, but it means that you're healthy. You have healthy pride around the way you handled this, and you don't want to jeopardize that. It's like, I think that you can see that this is coming from maybe a place of ego. And that's okay, because you're seeing the reflection. See the little devil here? This is the right way up of the card, but it works either way, because we all have the devil and the angel on each of our shoulders, or internally, however you want to see it. And neither is bad. They just need to be moderated. They need to be contained in a sovereign and regulated way where you're slowly working towards the mastery of those things so that they're not controlling you. Ugh. Card fell. So I think you are, you're like, maybe that's coming from a little bit of a devilly place within me, the part that wants to engage and sort of clap back maybe here because you're not impressed. But you're choosing to look at the light within that darkness and be like, you know, that's a little bit more important. And I think this is where you are landing. Be hot, have fun, and stay true to yourself because people will villainize you regardless. So maybe someone here is actually villainizing you or playing the victim when it's like, actually, these consequences are the consequences of your own actions, you know? Like, it's like, wow, action meet consequence. And why are you shocked? You know, like, you know what you did. You know how you showed up. It's kind of giving that. But I like that. I think that you're handling it well. And I think that you're holding space for your uncomfortable and difficult feelings, but you're also not. So you're engaging them in that you are witnessing them, which is very powerful because when you repress things, it's like through witnessing it, you're transmuting it. You're bringing your consciousness to that, but you're not engaging or indulging in it or allowing it to run you from behind the scenes because you're avoiding or repressing it. So it's very healthy. But yeah, that's what I see for you, Aqua. I think that you're handling this beautifully. Is there anything else that wants to come through? Well, the Five of Cups in reverse. Yeah. There is some sort of healing that's going on right now. I don't know if that is just you or if that will be reflected in this connection, whatever this is. It kind of depends on what the other person chooses to do with their own free will and agency in the situation, right? But I'm seeing that you're healing through, again, honoring all aspects of self, even honoring the parts of yourself that are pissed off or that feel misunderstood or unseen. You're honoring your more difficult emotions, the part of you that does not feel loved. But there's healthy boundaries that are in place now for a reason as well. It's like, I don't see you being super defensive, but I do see you holding those boundaries. And it's important that that happen because in this space, there is a higher perspective that's coming through. And there's also a transformation or a transmutation, like we talked about before, that's happening in this container that you're holding for yourself. And that wouldn't be able to happen because you wouldn't feel safe enough if this other person was still influencing you, at least right now. If they were still showing up and acting the way that they have been, then it wouldn't allow for this level of healing for you and maybe for them too. I can only see for sure that you're doing it, but I think that it will be different for all of you, whether this other person decides to kind of like smarten up, so to speak. And only you know as well with your particular situation how deep that like loss of trust or your annoyance or aggravation towards this person really goes, and whether that is something that you want to invite back in or move beyond. So trust yourself, because it looks like you're very aligned. You can trust yourself. You should trust yourself. Okay? All right, Aqua. You know that I love you. We're moving on to Pisces now. Pisces, my loves, at long last we have reached you. Every life is the same. I'm like, here we are, crawling to the finish line. Your bestie is an Aquarius sun, Scorpio rising. You're a Scorpio sun, Aquarius rising. No limits. I love that. Yeah, I like that combination because I feel like sometimes when one person has rising and the other person has their sun in the same, but there isn't that like balance, um, it's almost like there's this weird tension between the energy and the way that it presents, like between the sun and rising person. It doesn't necessarily have to be bad or bring something super negative out, but it's kind of like the rising is the way that they are, that you're naturally perceived, right? And the sun is usually something that is like your core essence and you grow into over time. The more authentic that you remain to yourself, the more that you grow into yourself and learn through your life. So I feel like sometimes there can be this tension where the sun person is like, I know that that's at the core of me and that's what I'm like moving towards, but I'm not quite there yet. And it can be a little bit maybe like grating at sometimes to be around someone who just embodies and expresses it quite naturally, with that being their rising, you know what I mean? But that's just kind of what I have learned. Like I love Scorpios, but sometimes Scorpio suns I think are like, you're so scorpionic, or like you present very scorpionic. And I don't know if it's the same with Scorpio though. I feel like Scorpio, the natural intensity, it's kind of like wherever you have it, it's strong. It's also somewhat of a private energy, so even if it is very outward facing, or people see you as like coming across very scorpionic, there's still that element that's a little bit different from a lot of other signs. So maybe not so much with Scorpios, but all right, Pisces, couple more shuffles, and then we're gonna see what wants to be highlighted for you. And then I'm going to hydrate, shower, and sleep. Go into a tiny coma. Don't worry though, I'll come out of it and I'll be back with you. I feel like that's very Piscean. Let me channel all night and sleep all day. Yeah, I like it. Pisces sun and rising, Scorpio moon. What's up, Jessica? I love that. I have my moon in the 8th house, and I'm also a Pisces sun, so woo, I see you. The RBF is strong indeed. Okay. All right. What's going on, Pisces? What wants to be highlighted for my beautiful fishy fam? Ooh, I love that. Ah. Aww. Oh my gosh, I friggin' love this so much. I love it. I love it. Can we just stop the reading right here? No, that's unnecessary because I know that only more reasons for me to be proud of you are going to come up. Let's get you an oracle card and then start diving into this. Wow. Protective and guarded. Okay. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right, darlings. Let's see. What's your timestamp? Okay. Hi, Pisces. What is up, my beautiful fellow fishy fam? I hope that you guys are doing great. And let's get into what wants to come through for these important messages. So basically, I kept this reading pretty open. We're just going to kind of ask spirit or your higher self, your team, your guides, however you want to perceive that, or however you tune into those higher powers here. We're going to see what in your energetic landscape wants to be highlighted, and then how you are, where you're at within that, basically, how you're approaching that, and just see what else wants to come through. So in your current energetic climate, so to speak, the first card that came out is the Apprentice of Lightning, Adventure. So this is the Knight of Wands. The Knight of Wands. I love it. The Apprentice of Adventure is what that wants to be called. That just feels so juicy and delicious, honestly. That feels sexy. It feels exciting. It feels expansive. It feels creative. It feels fiery, steamy, even a little bit. It feels fresh, but it still feels very... it feels like a natural fit, or very in alignment with you still. And then these two cards came out as well. The Moon in reverse. This is you. This is your card in the Major Arcana. In this deck, it says Shadow Work. It came out in the reverse, which I love in this reading, as well as the Four of Clouds, or the Four of Swords. Rest. Right after, I'm like, I'm going to go into a small coma after this reading. Spirit's like, yes, you are. Co-signing that shit. So, this is so beautiful. Some of you are coming out of a phase of pretty intense inner reflection. There could have been a level of... I don't want to say isolation, but maybe like introversion, contraction, basically, before expansion. And you are very yin energy, so that wouldn't be strange for you at all. But you're also mutable water, and so you do tend to phase in and out, right? As we all do naturally, but you kind of roll with that or flow with that quite easily. Like, you tend to know when there is something that needs to be addressed in the depths of you, and you're generally not afraid to go there. When you're healthy anyways, there's not generally avoidance or escapism. But you also know when you're ready to come out of that and like bring some, you know, spice up your life. Every boy and every girl, spice up your life, you know? Add a little something something to the mix. And the beautiful thing is that you're sure about this. You are literally resting in the awareness that for right now, not forever, but for now, the work is done. You've accomplished something, and it's time to rest and maybe party, maybe get a little sexy with it, you know? And I want to say, like, you've earned it. Not that you have to earn it, but you know what I mean? It's well deserved. And I want to say that is for sure, because these are the cards. Well, this is the first card that came out from the Oracle deck to clarify it's satisfied. Like, you're aware of whatever you've achieved or accomplished here, which is why you're gonna let yourself go have some fun too, right? And it's not going to be it's definitely not coming through as inappropriate or immature like destructive fun, you know, which isn't really usually fun. It's usually just destructive, but then we call it fun, right? It's usually really self-sabotage or self-destruction in a way when we have so much fun that it's like not, that's when it goes into the devil sort of energy. It's not in moderation anymore, but there's something where you're satisfied with the work that you've done from the heart. This beautiful like light pink that's coming from your center is just, it's that beautiful, it's your beautiful heart. And it's giving you this very light, almost unassuming confidence that's coming from this internal healthy pride and satisfaction. It says happy, smiling inwardly, pleased joy, self-satisfaction, smug, and stroking your ego. I'm not really getting that this is coming from a place of arrogance. I just think that you're satisfied with the work that you've done. And the reason that I don't think you're going to be careless with that work is because of this protective card, which says keeping you safe, concern, being careful, responsibility, caring for your own welfare, guarding, and preventing you from getting hurt. Yeah. There's something that you've done that's highlighted your belief and your worth in yourself as well. And I'm not getting that you're like defensive or guarded, but you've made progress that came from the heart and soul. Like, look at all of that heart and crown energy, like spiritual and emotional energy. That's you, babe. Like, that's you. So congratulations, because whatever's happened here, you have been very true to yourself, and now you're entering a phase where you're coming out of something that's been quite a bit more internal, but it was the time for that. That was what was needed. And now you get to kind of like kick your feet up and order a couple pints and just, you know, be surrounded by the things that bring you joy, the things that accurately reflect this beautiful existence that you've been building for yourself and the work that you've put into it. Essentially, you get to bask in whatever this accomplishment is. And so you should. Not necessarily by focusing directly on it, but by letting yourself focus on something else. Right? It's really important to know when the work is done, because honestly, the work is never done. But that doesn't mean that we need to be constantly working on the work. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? It makes sense in my mind. So hopefully it makes sense to you too. Because if it was, you know, all work and no play, well, we know how that story ends. And we don't want to be a dull boy. All right, anything else about this? Okay, tell me more about Pisces experience and engagement currently. Whoa. Okay, let's get an oracle card. Sorry, I had to clear my throat there aggressively. Oh. Okay. An oracle card to clarify this further. But what came out is the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, abundance, with the World, ascension. Okay, this is definitely part of it because it's at the bottom of the part of the deck that I pulled out for you to pull an oracle card, and it says ascension right there, right after I said it. So I'm pretty sure that's part of this as well. whether the divine counterpart that's being mentioned here is like you integrating your own duality. Specifically, if that's the case, then I feel like what you're kind of, it's so interesting because you're in this beautiful, I highlighted this beautiful, very sort of yin-like energy, right? The psychic and emotional is very yin. However, it looks like what you're actually integrating now is more your yang energy. So it's almost as though you've been working on your feminine energy, I feel like, and you're satisfied that you've come from the heart. That's something so Piscean to be satisfied about. As long as I was true to my heart. Rock on, Garth. Party on, Garth. Party on, Wayne. It's like now you can rest in that because there's this deep intuitive knowing that even though you might have this like sense of it's very Pisces. It's giving the hangman. It's giving sacrifice, but not for nothing. Sacrifice as a ritual to make something sacred, which is sacrifice in its highest form, its most evolved form, is not just sacrifice for the sake of sacrifice. It's not giving something of yourself for nothing. It's giving something of yourself to evolve or to see something differently. Basically, instead of sacrifice, you could kind of see it more as surrender, like chosen sacrifice, but you know what something is worth to you, and so you're willing to give that, which is why I feel like even though your experience of this is that there is something that has been given up, but I don't want to say that it's been given up as in like you're giving up on it. You've just let go of it. You're going to allow it to play out or come to you, or you're just going to let it happen naturally. You have faith, which is the Piscean superpower, and not easy. Blind faith is easy, but that's kind of just ignorance, right? Kind of just ignorance and a little bit of, yeah, well, I guess stupidity is kind of the same as ignorance, but yeah, that's just a lack of wisdom, really, and just throwing yourself into something. No, this is conscious, intentional offering something to the ascension process. And I see you already offered a level of humility, time, effort, and reflection to do the shadow work, to look at yourself. And now it's almost like that is having some time to marinate. Energetically, for sure. But it's going to have physical implications. I'm seeing that. Specifically the area, though, that you could feel like a slight lack of abundance momentarily, I do feel like it's your heart, though. This card is green, even though it's pentacles. It's like, it's a bit of a bittersweet symphony here. Because you are rising. You are getting what you ultimately, I feel like, we're seeking, because shadow work, the ultimate kind of goal is integration and ascension into more wholeness, right? The world. And you definitely know what the function of shadow work is. You are the moon card, and the moon kind of represents the places you least want to go within yourself. But you know that you have to go there if you're going to love unconditionally, or as close as humans can get to unconditional love, like with a certain boldness and openness that doesn't just come naturally to us, because fear is natural to humans because of the ego. So the only way out is through. You have to look directly at the thing, and that's what shadow work is. Shadow work is just bringing consciousness or bringing light to the darkness. And that's how integration happens. So the moon represents the unconscious. It represents what we don't see and what we sometimes avoid because it's usually our ego convinces us that whatever is hiding there is worse than it actually is. It's hardly ever as bad as we think. That's why it's important sometimes to bite the bullet and just look at the thing, because oftentimes, like when you turn the lights on, what you thought was hiding in the shadows is either not there at all or much less frightening, much less intimidating. And that goes for within ourselves as well. Ultimately, everything in you is you, and therefore not something that you actually need to be afraid of. It's just you. So really the only reason that you would be afraid of it is if you're unaware, unconscious, or ignorant to it, and therefore it's pulling the strings or controlling you or not mastered, right? But other than that, there's nothing within you that needs to be feared, even if it is your fears, your woundedness, your insecurities. When you go to those places, you shine a light and you hold space to witness them from a place of, and this part is key, radical acceptance. You have to go to those places that you're most afraid to look at and offer them that love, that level of love. You can't go there and criticize the places, or otherwise you're kind of just going to validate the woundedness. You're going to kind of like rub salt in the wound rather than offering it healing through the shadow work, right? But this card, divine counterpart, masculine, manifestation, ascension, and yours. This card is at the bottom of the deck in the reverse. It's from Gone with the Wind, obviously not a direct quote. To be honest, bae, I don't give a fuck, you know? I forget what's the actual quote from Gone with the Wind. Something like, I don't give a damn. What's the actual quote? I can't remember. To be honest, bae, I don't give a fuck. However, that was a lie. So, You're not downplaying something. Again, you're kind of holding space for all of your complicated feelings around something, but you're also not waiting or holding yourself back. You're just letting something be what it is. And I do think there's an element of closure to that, because the World's the last card of the Major Arcana, and it does represent the wrapping up of, it doesn't have to be the wrapping up of a situation, but a lesson or a cycle, a personal lesson or cycle for sure, is indicated there. And it's like, the World is like, you've beat the boss of that level. I'm just seeing like Donkey Kong, which was like my favorite game to play. Super Nintendo version, obviously. But I'm seeing like the final boss. You go through all these little save points, and then you have to beat the final boss, and then it's new levels, new devils from that point forwards. But you beat the boss here, and the boss was within yourself. Now you can rest and have some fun. There will be new levels and new devils for other days. All right. But today it's time to recognize that the ascension that you sought is yours. You manifested that through your own engagement and accountability to self, and that's beautiful. You should be satisfied with yourself. You should be proud in a healthy kind of way. Bravo, Pisces. All right. Because it's not easy. I'm not going to lie. This is not easy. Ask any Pisces or Scorpio about shadow work. They're going to tell you going to those places, that's not easy. And, you know, sometimes, oh man, this deck is so relatable. Can you tell that I made it? Sometimes it feels like this meme, especially for Pisces. Sometimes it feels like we do not really have the choice. This person, they're like, their higher self is, it's time for the new chapter of your life. And you're like, No thanks, I'm quite comfortable right where I am right now. And then the higher self just dumps you off of the cliff. Sometimes it be like that, you know? I do feel like the reason that this feels so satisfying, though, is that you chose it. You chose it for yourself. And you stayed convicted and committed to it. To yourself. So you've manifested either your own integration, or some of you also have a divine counterpart that's coming in, and it's because you're aligned now, maybe in a way that you weren't previously. Is this Pisces? Okay, well, speaking of masculine divine counterparts, that would be the Emperor, and the Empress would be the divine feminine counterpart. So it's really interesting because Pisces, this is it. This is it. There's been some things on your mind, on your heart, on your soul, and you've wanted to, you've had things to say, all right, but you have not said those things. You've kept a lot to yourself. What I was going to say, volume 8, and she thick, you know? There's another 7 volumes before this. Well, there's a lot that you have wanted to communicate and you haven't, but you had your reasons for that. This quote by our girl Frida came out in the reverse, and I love this quote. She says, "I am my own muse, the subject I know best, the subject I want to better." I am my own muse, the subject I want to evolve, the subject I want to know better, even if that means looking in the shadows. Well, that's where sometimes where you have to look. You have to look in where you don't see something yet, to know yourself, to learn something you don't already know, right? That's kind of like, yeah, A plus B equals C. So again, this is all making a lot of logical sense, which is, don't take this the wrong way because it's coming from a Pisces Sun and North Node, but it's a sign of a very healthy and integrated Pisces, because sometimes Neptune as our ruler, we don't always make the most sense, you know? Anyways, the reason why you held back what you wanted to say was because you had this awareness that there was something that, like, you still needed to study the subject that is you before you spoke on something. And the card that came out after that is this Sailor Moon card. You know who's going to give you everything? Yourself. You waited until you did learn yourself, until you did better yourself. You gave yourself what you would have been seeking externally, I feel like, had you spoken from that place of insecurity a little bit, and you didn't. But you might be now. You might be speaking now, but it's because you've given it to yourself, and so now you can speak with this inner authority. You're not looking for a specific response, and you're not connected or like married to a particular outcome, which is incredibly powerful. You know, there's no one more powerful than someone who does not seek external validation and is in dominion over themselves, right? That person kind of can't be shaken. So is there anything else about this? I'm curious about this, what I was going to say. Let's see if anything else wants to come out about that before I let you go. I feel like you know what you wanted to say in the past and why. Is there anything else about that that wants to come through? I think it's, yeah, it's split for different groups of you. Some of you, you don't feel the same need or compulsion to say what you are going to say because you've validated yourself. Again, you don't need to say the thing anymore because you don't need anything. You've given yourself what you needed, so you don't need to seek it externally. But for others of you, it's because you've validated yourself that you know yourself better and you have become better through that whole process. Now it's like, you know what you want to say, and it might be just like a sentence or one page from this book because you've refined it. And because it's coming from an aligned and authentic place. Whereas before there would have been a mixture of alignment and things coming from a place of maybe insecurity, fear, woundedness, that kind of thing. It's a lot more pure alignment now because you did the work first. And that's why you're manifesting something that is also ascending in, I'm just seeing like parallel, like lines running parallel. Which is also very powerful for Pisces because you're not like enmeshing with someone. You are calling in a divine counterpart and they are just as ascended and sovereign as you. And so you don't lose yourself in connections with that way, right? You don't get enmeshed, which is incredibly, like, that's very healthy, obviously. You don't want to be consumed and enmeshed and codependent with somebody. Okay, anything else? You also know what you deserve having done this work. And so you're not going to get in your way by like confusing or having misconceptions about what is for you and what's not. When this manifestation comes in, you're going to know that it's yours because you've done the work, because you're seeing it from this ascended vantage point, not from a place of insecurity. The Magician, manifestation, creation, mercurial energy, and the Seven of Wands in reverse, defense. You're not defensive against what it is that you're calling towards you because you have worked through whatever would have created resistance to the blessings that you are calling towards you. So basically, because you've done the work, you're sending out a clear signal to manifest something that is in alignment with you and has the potential to be part of your legacy, something very abundant, expansive, and lasting. Whether that is a connection or just integration and balance and harmony within yourself that allows you to know your own worth, but from a humble place, but with this satisfaction and healthy pride that, again, allows you to accept the blessings that are coming to you without getting in your own way. Whether that's like that, and it's all just happening within you and the things you're calling in, or whether you're calling in someone that's also in alignment with you. Yeah, you've put in the work, Pisces. I'm very proud of you because there's something that was established, specifically a way of thinking that you needed to really go in and dissect and unlearn in order to ascend. That was part of the shadow work. And I think before you did that, you weren't putting your full self into something. There was a level of indecision, but there was just like a skill that needed to be further developed. And I almost feel like that skill was surrender. the ability to sacrifice in a healthy way with the understanding that you're sacrificing for the purpose of setting something free so that if it does come back to you, it comes back to you on its own in sacred form, with its own sovereignty. Or something's coming to you because, not because you've forced it, but because it's indisputably for you. Basically, the skill development was how to let go in a healthy way. And when you learned that, what actually dissolved was the restrictions and something that just felt very restrictive. So I love that for you so much. And through the unlearning of something, you've actually simultaneously, because that's unlearning or taking something apart, right? Sacred destruction is an act of creation in itself as well. When you take something apart, you're creating something new where that old thing used to be, right? And so while you may have gone through a phase of what felt like destabilization while you were pulling things apart, you were actually simultaneously laying a new foundation for yourself that's more in alignment with you, where you're at now, or where you're ready to be now, what you're ready to create and experience now. And it looks like it is sexy and abundant. So I am here for that, Pisces. I love you so much. I'm going to leave your reading and the reading there, but thank you so much for hanging out with me, you guys. This nocturnal, it's 7:30 in the morning. I literally just hung out with you all night. And before you call me unhealthy, no, I'm literally just on like a backward sleep schedule. I am a creature of the night, a nocturnal person. I think it's because I'm so sensitive and I can focus so much better at night. I can channel so much more clearly. Like there's less, I can focus the energy that I'm reading a lot better and not get distracted. So I actually have way more energy at night, which is why I am the way that I am. But I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and for being here. As per always, you are just chef's kiss. I love you so much. So yeah, I hope that you're doing amazing. I will sync up with you or try to connect with you possibly for a Fight Club hangout tonight. It won't be an all signs. It won't be super long, but it might just be a hangout. But it's not going to, that live stream's not going to stay up. So if you guys do want to hang out, it's like you're either there or you're not. And if you miss it, you'll have to catch the next one. That's why we call it Fight Club Hangouts. Because I'm not going to leave it up. So it's kind of like if you're there, you're there. And I would love to see you there. If not, then don't worry. I'll do it again. But yeah, I would like to connect with you guys in a more casual way and just kind of hang out and talk a little bit maybe about the astrology and the new moon in Gemini and just kind of vibe. So if you're down with that, I will probably post something on the community tab or let you guys know at least what time it's going to be happening so that you can join if you want to. But until then, my darlings, please stay safe, well, warm, and just happy and exquisite, the best that you can. Yeah, I'll talk to you again very soon, okay? Bye.